'Cause now I get it, I see how it works. Highest you aim to be first. Gravity keeps you on Earth. And every time you think you should deserve something that never occurs, more you feel life is a curse. Will I ever dream of miracles? No. Will I ever dream there's something above? So high, high above. Will I never feel some innocence? No. Will I share a face in something above? So high, high above. A little colder, I handle myself, and all the friends and the family I have. I'm sorry, homies, for being this strange. Will I be able to break from my shell? 'Cause now I get it, I see how it works. When the sun's up high and burns, temperatures freezing on Earth. And every time you think you should deserve something that never occurs, more you feel life is a curse. Will I ever dream of miracles? No. Will I ever dream there's something above? So high, high above. Will I never feel some innocence? No. Will I share a face in something above? So high, high above. Will I ever dream of miracles? No. Will I ever dream there's something above? So high, high above. Will I ever feel some innocence? No. Will I share a face in something above? So high, high above. Will I ever dream of miracles? No.
Заполнять собой твои мысли, заплетать, быть к тебе близко, еле дышать. Буду, чтоб тебя не будить, чтоб тебя не будить, расцветать. Я в тебе буду целовать, горячие губы буду молчать. Только чтобы ты говорил, мое притяжение особенно сильное. Твои ощущения такие красивые. Мое притяжение так тянет тебя ко мне, так тянет тебя ко мне. Мое притяжение особенно сильное. Твои ощущения такие красивые. Мое притяжение так тянет тебя ко мне, так тянет тебя ко мне. Разгадать все твои тайны, совпадать, идеально не опускать, необыкновенно любить, совершенно любить. Мое притяжение особенно сильное. Твои ощущения такие так тянет тебя ко мне. Мое притяжение особенно сильное. Твои ощущения такие красивые. Мое притяжение так тянет тебя ко мне. Так тянет тебя ко мне. Мое притяжение. Твои ощущения. Мое притяжение так тянет тебя ко мне. Мое притяжение.
Oh my fucking god. I just want to finish the sandwich so we can get started.
C'est la dernière fois, c'est promis. La dernière fois que je me prends la tête. J'avais dit plus de compromis. Donc là j'ai plus rien.
Yeah, there's so much propaganda to debunk. Thank you, Lado. I don't know why that didn't go through. Thank you so much, Lado. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, we have a fuck ton of propaganda. Guys, I just want to quiz you. What have I been saying? What have I been saying that when the tides are pretty clearly in Russia's favor and they start taking cities and it becomes clear that all the propaganda saying the Ukrainians were kicking Russia's ass gets debunked? What did I tell you what would happen? What was the propaganda machine? What kind of tune were they going to change it to? What were they gonna do?
Tant de fois je me suis oublié, tant de fois j'ai promis l'impossible. C'est pas faute d'avoir essayé, mes échecs peuvent en témoigner. Pourquoi attendre tout de l'autre pour combler nos manques et nos névroses? Pourquoi c'est cap, pourquoi c'est rose?
Yeah, they're changing their tune. When they think Ukraine is winning, they call the Russians weak. When it becomes indisputable that the Russians are winning, what do? They accuse the Russians of war crimes. That's how this lying Western mind works.
Et la prochaine fois, c'est promis, on pourra réinventer les règles. On choisit ce qu'on définit. L'amour, l'amitié, le reste. Pourquoi attendre tout de l'autre pour combler nos manques et nos névroses? Pourquoi c'est casse, pourquoi c'est rose? Pourquoi dévier la méthode si personne n'ose? Alors on continue de croire en l'amour. On répète les mêmes fautes, on pense que ce sera pour toujours. Alors je continue de croire en l'amour, mais je dis chaque fois que c'est la dernière fois. Solo, rester solo, c'est fini pour moi, j'en ai plus les mots. Trop de peine, pas la peine. Je me traîne, oh, à rester solo. Pourquoi attendre tout de l'autre pour combler nos manques et nos névroses? Pourquoi c'est cap, pourquoi c'est rose? Pourquoi dévier la méthode si personne n'ose? Pourquoi attendre tout de l'autre pour combler nos manques et nos névroses? Pourquoi c'est cap, pourquoi c'est rose? Pourquoi dévier la méthode si personne n'ose? Pourquoi attendre tout de l'autre pour combler nos manques et nos névroses? Pourquoi c'est cap, pourquoi c'est rose? Pourquoi dévier la méthode si personne n'ose? Pourquoi attendre tout de l'autre pour combler nos manques et nos névroses? Pourquoi c'est cap, pourquoi c'est rose? Pourquoi dévier la méthode?
We're gonna talk about the revival of neo-Nazism in Germany. Because that's something we gotta talk about. A lot of things are going on in Germany. Give me a sec.
What you
So let me give you the situation in Germany. Now, if you guys don't know, hold on, give me a sec.
I just gotta let you know. I know what I did wasn't clever, but me and you are meant to be together. So let me in, give me another chance to really be your man. 'Cause when the roof caved in and the truth came out, I just didn't know what to do. But when I become a star, we'll be living so large, I'll do anything for you. So tell me, girl.
So if you guys didn't know, leading up to the events of World War II, Germany was ruled by the Nazis. And the Nazis whipped up the German people into a frenzy, right? Where they convinced the Germans that they are the master race and that Russians are an inferior race to Germans. You understand? We are civilized and Western and we're better than the Russians. And they were saying the Russians are subhuman and so on and so on. They thought the German high command and the Hitlerite elite believed that when they attacked the Soviet Union, they were gonna roll through. They said those Russians are too stupid for us, right? That's what they were saying. They didn't think the Russians were civilized enough to pose up a fight, and they really did believe it would be a cakewalk. Thank you, Lysenko. And then they planned to enslave the Russian people, and this is all documented, enslave and starve and exterminate eventually the Russian people, and redistribute all of these Slavic lands to German colonists. And they were convinced that they are the master race, that they're an invincible army, and that the Soviets don't stand a chance because they're not as civilized, they're not as smart, and they're not as intelligent or advanced. So I'll tell you what happened in actuality. The Germans broke their neutrality pact with Russia, and they attacked the Soviet Union. Germany suffered the most humiliating defeat in the history of the whole German people. The most humiliating defeat probably one of the most humiliating defeats in the history of the world. 4 years later, Russian Red Army soldiers, the same ones that they said were subhuman and backward, were in Berlin. They captured Berlin. The whole German army, the whole German military machine was thoroughly crushed and destroyed and ripped to shreds by the Soviet Union and the Soviet Red Army. Hitler was so shocked by this. It upset his worldview so much that he took his own life in a bunker. Germany suffered the most humiliating defeat in the history of the German nation. Absolutely the most humiliating defeat ever. The Soviets absolutely crushed them. In every conceivable way, the Germans were outclassed by the Soviets. The ones that they called subhuman, and the ones that they thought they were just going to roll over. The Russian military strategists totally outclassed the German. It was the most humiliating defeat in the history of the German nation. The most humiliating defeat. So, what happened after? The German people came to their senses and they realized they were duped by Hitler. So in East Germany, they decided this path of master races and this Western path trying to enslave others is over. Now, we want to live peacefully and coexist. So the East Germans became the best of friends with the Russians. The West Germans continued the vain project of Hitler. The former Nazi officials were reappointed to their old posts, but with new names. They reinvented the Third Reich in the form of NATO, and the German elite still had ambitions on the Soviet Union. They said, you know what, we're not finished. This isn't finished. This war is not finished. We didn't get defeated. It's just one chapter of the larger war against those Soviets and those Russians. But the memory of that humiliation, that humiliating and devastating defeat in World War II, has completely penetrated the depths, the unconscious depths of the German national consciousness, where they repress it. They repress it. They repress the memory of how thoroughly the Russians absolutely humiliated them. So what does that have to do with what's going on now? Ever since Russia's special military operation in Ukraine, one of the most rabid, anti-Russian, vitriolic, foaming at the mouth, bloodthirsty countries in the world against Russians has been Germany. Why? Because Germany is not over that defeat that was handed to them by the Soviets. And they are reawakening their Hitlerite consciousness from World War II in order to target Russia in a vitriolic and anti-human way. I kid you not. Every single day I'm getting emails from every platform that I'm on that I am getting mass reported from Germany. Germans are mass reporting every single stream, every single tweet. Every single tweet I've tweeted has been mass reported by Germans living in Germany. All I have to tell you is that this has nothing to do with Germany, right? But German national pride has apparently been offended because I'm pro-Russia. All I have to say is this. It's very simple. I don't hate Germans. I don't hate Germany. I think Germany is a great country with a great history. But I do think there is a problem of neo-Nazism that is in Germany. I think Germany had a history in World War II of a very dangerous history of unleashing a level of barbarism against the people of the world, unprecedented in the history of the world. And I don't think that just completely disappeared. I don't think it completely disappeared. I think it is still a problem in Germany. And I think what you see in the German response to what Russia's doing in Ukraine is an example of that enduring legacy of World War II and of the Nazi phenomena. You know, German liberals pretend that they've atoned and that they're sorry and all this guilt. I don't buy it. I think structurally speaking, Germany still has a Nazi problem. It still has a Nazi problem. We should all be attentive to this. They didn't get over that issue. They didn't get over that. But like I said, this is all because of World War II. They're looking for a way to lash out against Russia anyway. And this is the form they're taking to lash out against Russia. How do you think it can be fixed? I think it was fixed by East Germany. I think the problem is that many Nazis still were at the high levels of the West German government. They control the German media and the deep state and the military. There's a big Nazi problem. They just discovered a neo-Nazi column within the German military, and they exposed it. There were neo-Nazis in the German military they exposed recently. This level of Russophobia we are seeing from Germany is unprecedented. It's an unprecedented level of Russophobia. Unprecedented. And they're targeting me now. Racists who happen to preside there are targeting me. And why? Why are German racists targeting me? Because I'm Haz. I'm a bearded Muslim, Arab, Lebanese man. And I'm taking this position. And they, for some reason, it reminds them of the humiliation inflicted on them by the Soviet Red Army during World War II when they see my stream. It just reminds them of that, I think. There could also be, forms of anti-Semitism involved in there too. But in general, one among the most rabid responses and rabid hateful responses I've been getting on the internet has been from Germany. They're very mad and upset about me. They are very, very upset. Very, very upset about me. And all I'm trying to say is I think we should raise awareness that neo-Nazism is still a big force in this world. It didn't go away with World War II. Look at Ukraine. Look at Germany right now. Neo-Nazism is a very big problem in the world today. We're seeing it in Germany, especially. And by the way, the German conservatives and even nationalists are not Nazis. That's what I noticed. Those AfD people are not Nazis. Those people, they're just traditional German conservatives, right? Which precedes Nazism by a long... Nazism was not conservative, by the way. It was funded by British liberals, actually. So real German patriots are not Nazis. But there is this really deep-seated neo-Nazism, this NATO-Nazism very prevalent in Germany. Oh yeah, the Greens. The Greens are especially culpable of this, right? Dodgy twin evil shit. Yeah, well, they're repressing it. They're not going to admit it, but it's an unconscious thing. It's deeply rooted in the unconscious. I think what we need is a Freudian re-examination and some kind of mass therapeutic practice to free Germans from this unconscious Nazism. Because I think it's still an enduring issue that has not been resolved. And it's dangerous for the world. It's dangerous for the world given Germany's position in NATO. It's dangerous for the whole world. It's not safe. I mean, this is pretty telling, right? To me, this is pretty telling. You look at this. You look at this map. A UN General Assembly resolution combating the glorification of Nazism, neo-Nazism, contemporary forms of racism, and so on and so on. Look right here. This is Germany. The origin of Nazism. If any country had a duty to vote in favor of this resolution, it was Germany. Because Nazism has its origins in Germany. And they abstained. I wonder why. I wonder why they abstained. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Listen, I'm concerned with preserving peace and stability in the world. And I think that if Germany is not willing to confront its past and settle accounts with its own past, I don't know about any long... I mean, look at what's going on with NATO, right? Look how just rapidly anti-Russian sentiment you're getting, right? It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, all of these countries voted in favor. Of course we're going to be against Nazism. And look at this. It's extremely shameful, isn't it? It's extremely shameful now, isn't it? I want you to notice the context. You are seeing such fanatical anti-Russian sentiment in Germany, and then you have the context of a neo-Nazi deep state in Ukraine and the Azov battalion. What does this mean for the future of Germany? What does that mean for the future of Germany? We should open this question. It's not particularly a good look, is it? It is not a particularly good look when Germany is leading the charge in Europe of anti-Russian sentiment and Russophobia in the context of Russia engaging in an anti-fascist and anti-Nazi operation in Ukraine. It's just not particularly a good look. It's not particularly a good look, if you ask me. I think it's a problem. I think it's a problem that needs to be confronted. I think it's a problem that should be discussed, should be talked about. And I'm just raising this open question. I'm not trying to antagonize Germany or Germans. Of course not. I'm just trying to say this is a problem. Because I don't think Germany is just in the clear to start fomenting anti-Russian sentiment and defending Ukrainian neo-Nazis. I don't think they are. I think they should remember their past. I think they should remember the last time Germany decided to foment anti-Russian sentiment and Russophobia and this kind of civilizational racism. And I think they should think about, what is it called? What we repressed, we are doomed to repeat. We are doomed to repeat what we do not repress, right? That's the fucking saying. Well, I think that's what's going on in Germany, right? You're seeing a liberal left wing, not really left wing, but liberal form of fascism in Germany where, yeah, they're pro-environment and they're pro-sexual minorities and all that kind of stuff, but that does not change the content of the Nazism. It just changes the form, right? All it does is change the form of Nazism, not the content. The content being the civilizational racism and militaristic savagery. This is not being raised enough. And again, every single day, I am getting reports on Twitter, and so many Germans are mass reporting me for whatever reason. I'm getting mass reported from Germans on all platforms, YouTube, Twitter, everything. Now, here's my question. Why do these people need to resort to deplatforming? What have I hid? You can come on my VC and debate me and expose me. It sounds like you're just trying to silence the truth. It sounds like what you're doing is trying to silence the truth. Why do you need to censor me? Why can't you actually confront the veracity of what I'm saying on its own terms? Why do you need to resort to censorship? Why does Germany have to ban RT, by the way? Why do they have to ban RT? Are they scared of Germans learning the truth? Who are they banning it for? If Germans, right, can see RT as propaganda, I mean, what are they scared? They're scared Germans are going to accept what RT is saying. They're scared Germans are going to see a perspective they're not being given by the German media and the German government. We need to ask this question. Why are they banning RT all over Europe? It's banned in the whole EU. But it's these initiatives you have to keep in mind, bizarrely enough, they're being led in Germany. The initiatives are being led in Germany. For whatever reason. Germany's taking the charge. I don't think it's really appropriate for Germany to be taking a charge against Russia about just about anything. The USSR was very conciliatory toward East Germany about war reparations too. Did West Germany pay any war reparations to the USSR? Did they pay any? Any war reparations to the Soviet Union from West Germany? No. None. None at all. They still haven't. They have not atoned for their crimes against the Soviet peoples and against the Russian people in particular. It's interesting. The Nazi military machine was re-weaponized and redeployed by NATO, remobilized by NATO, right? This is the truth. This is the truth. You can continue to deny the truth. You can try to silence the truth, but the truth will have its way one way or another. I simply intend on getting credit for it. You understand? Now, we have had a blitzkrieg of misinformation and propaganda all today, starting in the morning in Ukraine time, of Russian targeting of civilians and Russian war crimes. So what we're going to do is we're going to investigate the veracity of these claims and allegations. But we're not going to do that quite yet. Because first, actually, what we're going to do is debate Richard Spencer on this precise question of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Now, Spencer, because he's a smart guy apparently, he knows that the Ukrainian pro-Ukraine side is the Nazi side. So Richard Spencer, to my knowledge, to the extent of my knowledge, he has assumed the pro-NATO, pro-Ukrainian position. And we're going to debate that today. So without further ado, let's get into it. This works.
Based.
Based.
We're having some problems with the camera. You know what? Which I'm going to solve by just getting out my camera. Give me a sec. So it actually turns out I have another camera. I'm just going to use this one. Not even going to waste any time. Fuck. Fuck, they're both being used. Fuck. Oh, this was not being used. Alright, we got our camera. Just here. Let's put that right here. Wow Mao made a pro-Ukraine video. Well, what do you expect? What do you know? I mean, who knows what's going on, right? Okay. I'm gonna do this.
I need. Okay, great. Now I'm gonna have to restart my computer or something. It's not working. This is a nightmare. I gotta restart the computer, I think. Like, it's not fucking working. Right back, you guys. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ, and let Haas in. I'll be right back.
Yeah, they're restarting the computer.
How are you, fellas?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Doing well. Have you seen Haas before?
So this guy,
Oh, he's here.
no, well, I've heard of him.
good.
Hi,
Haas.
Haas. I don't
Yo,
know.
what's up?
Brittany will be right back. She had to restart her computer. Let's do this.
Alright. It's not giving me the fucking. Hold on, I might have to do this one more time.
Technical
And
difficulties.
then she makes it, yeah, but then she makes it like,
Hold on a
there
second.
you are.
Okay, yeah, and I don't know why it's showing me on your green. I need to get rid of this green screen thing. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh god, this is so annoying. Settings. Where's the green screen option?
Hit the little, like, it's like a window.
Settings. Settings. Where the fuck is it?
Go on the right hand side of the screen. There's a thing that's got like four little, looks like a window. Click that.
Okay. All right.
Scroll down.
Oh wait. Okay. No, that's not it.
You have to unclick enable green screen.
All right. Well, let me find it. Is it like on? Oh, what a nightmare.
Here, I'll turn mine off, and then if you back out, it should.
This is so annoying. Settings.
It kind of looks like
So
I'm
fucking
reacting,
annoying.
guys.
Seriously.
Should I change the layout? People seem confused that I'm like reacting. Should I change the layout?
Next to the window.
Like on the right hand side of the screen, there's a bar.
Okay.
There's a thing that looks like it's like a button that looks
Yeah.
click that.
Change the layout?
Where it says video, click video.
All right. Hold on. Video. Okay. All right. Got it. All right. Oh God, what a nightmare this is RF2. All right. So, all right, we're gonna put everybody backstage, and then we can get started. Let me get onto my OBS. One more second, and then we'll get going. Sorry about this, guys. New stuff going on here. Hi, Haas.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, you're muted. It's okay. Okay. All right. So all right. So we're putting everybody backstage, and then
Haas, do a mic check real quick.
Hello?
it just he's muted on his end.
Oh, yeah, I'm muted.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
We'll be back. We're gonna get started.
Okay.
Oh shit. don't like when it does that.
Can I bring everybody on when you have the video going?
No. And make sure you're not talking too. Remember last time. Okay. When I bring Todd on, just make sure everybody's muted. All right. Hey guys, welcome to Politically Provoked, an interactive podcast where we host debates, panels, and interviews. I'm your host, Brittany. I'm here with my co-host, Todd. How are you?
Doing great, Britt.
Okay, I'm doing good. And our moderator tonight, Justin, how are you?
I am doing excellent. How are you, Britt?
Doing good. All right. So we are going to be debating the Russia-Ukraine stuff finally. So this is we haven't really talked much about it on our show. We have two people from very, very opposing sides. Even on their Twitter, one has the Ukrainian flag, one has the Russian flag. It's going to be fun. So we're going to be doing with Richard Spencer and Haas Infrared. So why don't we bring on our guests? First up, why don't we bring on Haas, Justin? Hey, so yeah, if you want to introduce yourself, tell people where you lie on the political spectrum and where people can find you.
I'm Haas from the Infrared
You're
Show. I'm a Marxist-Leninist.
You're muted.
Fuck.
Mm.
I'm Haas. I'm part of a media collective called the Infrared Show. We're Marxist-Leninists, and we call ourselves Marxist-Leninists in the age of multipolarity in the post-COVID world. So we don't have that much in common with Western Marxist-Leninists. We're trying to build a new thing, basically. And yeah.
All right, well, thanks for joining us. And next up, let's bring on Richard.
Hi, I'm Richard Spencer. I'm an advocate of unipolarity Trotskyism. So this should be quite a debate. No, I'm not an advocate of Trotsky. I think unipolarity has gone out the window. Haas and I might actually agree on that. But I am who I am. I don't want to attach any label to what I think. You can take my words for what they are.
Okay, great. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Each person can give an opening statement, can be as little as 1 minute, no longer than 5, about the topic and your stance. After that, we'll open up the floor. We will go into Q&A at the end of the debate. If you guys have questions, tag Politically Provoked who your questions addressed to. We also have, you can send super chats through powerchat.live/politically provoked. And and we will read those at the end. We're not going to interrupt the debate. Right now, we're on Odyssey, DLive, Trovo, Facebook. We are not streaming on Twitch. We're not doing our debates on Twitch, but and we're obviously not on YouTube since we lost our YouTube. So that's where you can find us. All right. So yeah, why don't we get started with opening statements? Richard, you want to get us going?
Sure. Well, we live in interesting times, that is for sure. The continent is furiously rearming itself. There has never been, perhaps even in my life, certainly in the past 30 years, there has never been such unity in NATO. There is actually a remarkable amount of unity in the United States with regard to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We are entering a new realm. And I think what the best way to describe it is that we are re-entering the 20th century. The so-called unipolar moment that was announced by Charles Krauthammer, you can think of it as the end of history or anything like that, is giving way to what I think will be a bifurcated world. It will be a different type of bifurcated world than the 20th century, but there will actually be a lot of similarities. I do ultimately think this is a good thing in many ways, and I can go through that later. But actually, I'm going to do something that might be a little bit unusual in the sense that I am going to grant Russia has real interest in this conflict. I think particularly in the American media sphere, there's a tendency to moralize and to talk about poor little Ukraine. They're just being attacked for no reason, and every sovereign nation deserves to make its own decisions. Well, I guess that's true in some way, but it's very naive. The fact is, from Russia's standpoint, and I do think this describes Putin's perspective on matters. There is no Russian security without Ukraine. So it's not just a matter of NATO expansion, which has happened in fits and starts since the end of the Cold War. It is Ukraine in particular. Obviously, Ukraine has tremendous historical ties with Russia. Kiev and Moscow are foundations of the empire. Lots of linguistic ties, genetic ties. I mean, they are very similar people, of course. But I think there's a geostrategic element to Ukraine that makes it actually unique. Russia feels that it can be encircled, and Russia can in fact fall if there isn't a bastion in Ukraine to stop this. Most recently, the German army during the Second World War marched across Ukraine towards the Caspian. From the Russian standpoint, that is simply a no-go. This cannot happen. So I do think that there is a kind of danger of NATO expansion. Obviously, Russia doesn't like that, understandably. But I think there is a unique geostrategic quality about Ukraine. Now, I think Russia and the United States and NATO are kind of in a bit of a prisoner's dilemma, I guess you could say, regarding this, in the sense that Washington knows how important Ukraine is to Russia. Russia has said explicitly how important it is. And it's a kind of like, who goes first? Should we expand? There are certainly people in Washington who want to see a diminished Russia, no doubt. But Russia has decided, for whatever reason, to basically take it all. This is not about supporting Donbass. This is not about a humanitarian intervention to prevent Nazis or some nonsense like that. This is an attempt to take the whole thing and return us to the 20th century. The good thing about this is that this reinvigorates NATO. This is the original purpose of NATO. It is an anti-Russian alliance. I think it's also going to inspire a lot of self-reflection on the West. The past 30 years, culturally speaking, have been horrifying from my perspective in America and the Western world. This new sense of danger and even possible world war and even a possible annihilation is going to encourage the West to rethink itself. It's going to encourage it to rearm, as it clearly has been, in a remarkable speed. So, re-entering the 20th century, and I ultimately think that is a very good thing. And this has reinvigorated European unification. It's reinvigorated NATO. And I think it's going to reinvigorate an identity upon people like myself who live in the West and identify with the West. There it is.
Thank you. Paz.
There's no evidence that Russia's goal is to simply take all of Ukraine, or even, we don't even know if they want to take any part of Ukraine, actually. I mean, as far as the status of the Donbass republics, we can assume they're probably going to have a referendum and they're going to go the way of Crimea. But it's clear to me that Russia is attacking Ukrainian cities in the west, Kharkiv and Kiev, outside of the parameter of the Donbass, because they're getting to the root cause of the civil war in the east of Ukraine, and they're getting to the root cause of Ukrainian aggression against the people of the Donbass. Russia does not want an anti-Russian government in Ukraine in general. They're looking past the specifics that was the straw that broke the camel's back as to why they're doing this, which is, again, because of Ukraine's attacks against the newly recognized Donetsk and Lugansk republics. And they're going to the root cause of why is there a conflict like this in the first place. They're challenging the legitimacy of the 2014 Maidan coup, and Russia's goals seem pretty clear to me. They're not there to occupy Ukraine or annex all of it. Now, if you think denazifying Ukraine and ensuring that Ukraine is neutral and it's not going to have an anti-Russian orientation, that this amounts to taking it, then I guess you're right. But I don't think this has anything in common with the outright blanket territorial annexations of the 20th century. Finally, just as a quick remark on the second point, I think here we can find a common agreement. I do think that the West is finding a new kind of identity, and I think you are probably one of the best figureheads for the new identity that the liberal West is now adopting as it's unifying against Russia, right? I think there is a kind of fusion going on between neoconservatism on the one hand and, kind of so-called left-wing progressivism on the other hand of Bernie Sanders and AOC. And I think from this fusion, we are going to have the revival of National Socialism in the West. And it's going to have all of the qualities of Germany's ad hoc kind of territorial designs and aggression against other states, Lebensraum and all this kind of stuff. So I do think you adequately represent that. To me,
Thank you.
yeah, so it seems very clear to me that there's a problem with this, though. The problem is that Russia does not just represent Russia or Russian interests, and the Western elites that are leading the charge for this new kind of consolidation don't simply represent the West. There's a more fundamental global division going on right now between the forces of global populism, the peoples of the world, more or less, and this kind of Davos agenda of Anglo-Saxon globalism. So, even within the United States, we are not Germany, we're not Europe. Here, 50% of people are skeptical of the prevailing narrative about what's going on in Ukraine. Here, we have an association of Biden and his agenda with the enemy of the American people. Here, we have provided a base of operations with which things like the truckers' movement in Canada could reach success. So, within the West, there is going to be resistance against this new, globalistic Nazism, if you want to call it that. This global liberal George Soros paradox of tolerance Nazism, as I like to call it. So I think it's not so clear-cut.
All right, we can open up the floor then.
Okay. You're probably one of the very few people on the planet who thinks that this is not a full invasion. And I understand that the original propaganda, 5 or 6 days ago, was about a kind of humanitarian intervention to protect the people of Donbass. Additionally, I would never deny that the civil war and the post-Maidan Ukraine hasn't given birth to a kind of humanitarian atrocity, and that there actually is serious suffering in Donbass, and that should be addressed in some way. I would never deny that. However, in geopolitically speaking, this is simply a ruse. And the idea that cities can fall. Kharkiv recently fell. Cities can be sieged and then assaulted and then fall. A massive convoy can pass through a country. The notion that Russia is just simply going to go home or something like that is absolutely absurd. And even the Russian recognition of the Donbass region was itself an act of aggression. I mean, again, I am not denying that there is suffering on behalf of Russian leaning Ukrainians in the Donbass region. I'm not denying that. But you simply can't decide to leave a country because you want to. That just does not happen. When it happens, it's exceedingly rare, like Czechoslovakia. When you try to do it, you usually end up in a situation like we are in today, or in the American Civil War. There is no like popular sovereignty where you can just decide to leave a country. It just simply doesn't work like that. And to say that is just exceedingly naive. Secondly, even if we take your rosy-colored depiction of Putin's campaign as he just wants a neutralized Ukraine and that he's going to allow it to be there. Again, that is a way of hegemonically dominating Ukraine. You are not allowing Ukraine to choose its own destiny by basically enforcing Russia's will upon it. Now, again, I have actually granted that Russia has real strategic interest here. You seem to want to repeat just utterly baffling and uncompelling Kremlin propaganda, how this is some kind of effort at denazification. It's just absurd. I think what you're getting at with Russia is this kind of lack of legitimacy that Russia has faced for some time. The Soviet Union was based around a notion of an eventual, maybe not tomorrow, but workers' revolution across the planet. You seem to almost be suggesting something of the kind. Even in the division of Europe after Yalta at the end of the Second World War, Stalin kind of more or less assumed that there was going to be a Bolshevik revolution or communism in Britain, and the West and capitalist powers return on each other and fight to the death, and he just kind of roll on in. By the 60s and 70s, that clearly was not happening. The world was bifurcated. And the legitimacy of the Soviet state began to be, well, we fought the Germans, we defeated Nazism, therefore we kind of deserve this. And so this denazification, which is just simply absurd. I mean, the Azov battalion is a part of the military, and they are fighting, but it is a very minor thing. But I don't think that's even what you mean. You seem to kind of be playing a semantic shell game where neoliberal capitalism is Nazism or something. Neoliberal capitalism, true globalism, has been absolutely in effect over the past 30 years. We've lived through the end of history. I think that time is over. We are moving towards a period of civilizational states. There is going to be a notion of Europe with NATO as its fighting force, the EU plus NATO. That's not quite the original idea behind NATO, but that is what it's going to look like. There's going to be greater European integration. And so a kind of, gross realm or something, which is a term that you evoked, that was evoked by Carl Schmitt, who was invoked by National Socialists. A gross realm is exactly what Russia is trying to create here. Russia is shoring up geostrategic interest through creating a zone, a great space that allows it to exist. I understand why they want that. The problem is that is going to be happening in Europe as well. This is where we are headed, is toward civilizational blocks. And, you know, again, you think the truckers are going to come to your rescue and create revolution in Canada or the United States? I have nothing to say to that other than keep dreaming.
The notion that Russia's siege of of Ukraine's major cities is evidence that they want to annex the whole territory of Ukraine evinces a stunning lack of Russian geopolitical interests in the region. Russia doesn't want to annex Ukraine. It's going to create too many problems. They're going to have an occupying force. They're going to have to face Ukrainian resistance. Putin is well aware of the fact that no government can rule at the expense of the will of a people. It's just simply not realistic. Now, Russia has been very slow in this invasion, and it's actually been very slow in its attempt to capture these cities, precisely because what they're trying to do is give the current Ukrainian government the ability to negotiate a ceasefire and agree to Russia's terms to stop, right? So that's why Russia's been, somewhat slow the past week. It's not if Russia wanted to simply just roll over and take all of Ukraine, they would have done it already. The reason they're not doing that is because they're trying to
invaded them in order to offer them the chance to reach a
precisely because precisely. They are trying to force the Ukrainian government to agree to Russia's terms of both neutrality, of disarmament,
it's called
of ceasing.
Invading a country, man.
Yeah, that's hey, shut the fuck up! Don't interrupt me. That's not the same thing as an annexation. You understand? So there's no dispute about the question of Russia using military force in Ukraine. The point is it's not. They don't have any design. At least there's no evidence of any design on part of the Russian government to annex it. Now, the fact that they're sieging all of the major Ukrainian cities isn't evidence of that. There's no evidence Russia just wants to go in and take over all of Ukraine. Now, if you're going to interpret taking over,
I never mentioned annexation. You did. Now,
okay. So what you mean? So what you mean by taking over? What you mean by taking over is simply this bullshit about hegemonic influence. Well, let me introduce you to the reality of geopolitics. Yes. Geopolitics, but the problem is that you're trying to formalize it. Geopolitics is an informal reality of, yes, historical civilizational realities, geographic realities, the realities of a necessity of a balance of security. None of those things are really formalized, and it's just an unspoken rule of international relations. Of course, we know that not every country not every country is practically equal. Formally, every country has the equal right to self-determination, but there's also underpinning realities behind that formal right to self-determination. That's just an unspoken. I mean, the U.S. is not going to tolerate a nuclear-armed Mexico on its doorstep. The U.S. is not going to tolerate a Canada that is hostile to it. We all know that this is how it works in the world. And it's not necessarily because of imperialism either. It's also because of the arrangement of geopolitics and the necessity for a balance of security. Russia specifically has been encircled by NATO. Russia specifically is encircled by powers that have a historical precedent of unjustifiably invading and encroaching on the sovereignty of others. So Russia's position has been purely defensive. If you actually understand what Russia wants in Ukraine, they don't want to have tyranny over the people of Ukraine or impose values or impose some kind of way of life, nor do they want to exploit the resources of Ukraine. They want Ukraine to basically not be used for purposes of aggression against themselves. It's literally that simple. Now, you said actually a lot of things, so I'm going to quickly... Hold on, I'm going to go one by one because you actually said a lot of things. You said that a territory cannot simply leave a country. Well, can a people simply overthrow a government or a segment of the people, I should say, like in the 2014 Maidan revolution? That revolution changed.
It's called a coup.
Sure, but that changes the definition of Ukraine's sovereignty. If they can have a fucking coup, then the people in the Donbass can secede, and it's all bets are off. Every revolution in history has led to rearrangements in a country's borders and changing the status quo as far as territories are concerned, because the actual formal site of sovereignty has collapsed and is changing, right? So that's a complete bullshit point. Now, you talked about this stuff regarding this expectation.
No,
Sorry, what's not?
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's called a coup. It's a violent regime change.
So okay, was
Like,
the
do you think I
did the
deny
coup did the
that?
coup so did the coup have legal sanction?
But like what I'm saying is, you do not have a right peacefully to hold a referendum and say we just don't want to be in this government anymore. It's going to only
What
occur
government?
through the use
Hold on.
of force.
What government? Where does that
invasion about?
government where does that government get its legitimacy from? Violence, right? A coup, a violent coup. So by that same device, you're going to see
For all governments have legitimacy.
Sure. But before then, to maintain stability, you have legal precedent, right, to define laws. When that's all thrown into the fucking air, then yes, people are going to secede, and they're going to, by the same device, actually, that the previous government was overthrown. It's happened in every revolution in history. Ukraine cannot complain that its sovereignty is encroached upon because these people want to declare their independence when Ukraine illegally deposed, without any legal sanction or precedent whatsoever, its former government. I mean, how is it that Ukraine can even expect or have the entitlement that countries should even recognize its government, right? What government is that? It was overthrown in a coup, right? So that's
the United States was created in a coup. I mean, you seem to be suggesting that like there's a real sovereign Ukraine, and then there's 2014, and then there's no more Ukraine.
No. What I'm suggesting.
The exact same concerns as any other regime.
Sure. Every state is founded by violence, but
is America a legitimate government?
We're not getting into that.
Non-rhetorical question.
Every state
is America a legitimate government? Yes or no?
It's a legitimate state. Yes. So every state is founded by violence. We know that. Okay. Every state is founded by violence, but if you want to maintain long-term stability and long-term sovereignty of the specific definition of that sovereignty, right, which is your territory and your borders, then a sudden and violent revolution is going to throw all of that into question, and everything becomes up for grabs, right? It's all fair game. You can't lay claim to the same level of sovereignty the government you just overthrew did, right? Because you have called into
you can.
You have called you
The United States overthrew the British Empire and lay claim to the entire continent. So yes, you can. Well, all you're claiming.
Hold on. Last time I checked, we don't have the whole fucking continent. Okay. What you're saying isn't what I'm trying to say specifically is that you cannot have the expectation, right? You can't have the sense of entitlement that people should respect the previous status quo. I'm not saying you can't try and maintain that previous status quo. I'm saying you can't make pretense to some kind of international law about your sovereign territory when the legitimacy of your government has yet to prove itself in any kind of way.
Ukraine was recognized by every country around the world. What are you
Ukraine's government was violently deposed.
Yes, and it was recognized by every country in the world. So therefore, it is recognized. It is as a sovereign.
The violent deposition was recognized.
You in your chat room might not like it, but the rest of the world.
Russia recognized the new government under new terms and conditions of taking Crimea, right? So no, it wasn't the same thing. It was absolutely not the same thing. Russia took Crimea. They took Crimea precisely because of this pretext.
We're just talking. I mean, was Russia's annexation of Crimea like legitimate?
Of course.
I mean, it's like we're just.
Of course.
Why is that legitimate and a 2014 coup isn't?
We're not talking about that. We're saying if they're going to have
one and you dislike the other, so you're claiming one.
It's not about liking or disliking anything. It's about Ukraine cannot appeal to international law and appeal to its own sovereignty about, Crimea is actually ours. Russia committed an act of aggression. The separatists shouldn't be allowed to secede. They're committing an act of aggression. Well, everything's fair game. It's that simple.
It clearly has. The entire Western world is backing Ukraine. So you
fuck the Western world. Why do I give a fuck about the whole Western world? Fuck the Western world. The Western world is a fraction of the global. Who cares about the Western world? Hold on. Can you tell me why anyone should?
About the Western world?
Who cares? You should give a fuck. Who cares what they recognize?
You all are just
who cares what they recognize? There's more people in China. There's more people in China than the whole fucking Western world combined. Why is the Western world's opinion the only one that matters?
So you have the most people, and that gives you more legitimacy. That's what you're arguing.
So
I don't know, because the Western world has set the tone.
Well, I would say that their inherent superiority would be maybe, but that was disproven in World War II when the fascists got their ass handed to them by the Soviets. So we can't say it's because they're more superior as a race or anything. So yeah, it's going to have to be one man, every man counts. So I think, yeah, population does matter.
So because the Soviet Union killed a lot of people, what it thinks is correct, that is what you literally...
I'm trying to say we have to probably begin from a premise that one person isn't superior to any other kind of person in this globe. You can't say that Europeans they matter more than China or they matter more than India. Why? Because based on what? Why? Why should they matter more?
They have historically mattered more in the sense that they created these institutions that we're even talking about. Now, they might not matter more in the future.
And those institutions are being overthrown. Those institutions are being overthrown as we speak. That's multipolarity.
The UN's being overthrown as we speak.
Really? The UN was not created by the founding members of the UN. You had the Soviet Union, you had China. It wasn't just Europeans who created the UN.
It was created in San Francisco. I think it was kind of sort of a Western institution. Secondly,
the Soviet Union was a founding member of the United Nations.
Overthrown is strengthened beyond any measure over the past week. It's unbelievable. The EU is strengthened. People want to join the EU. People are desperate. First of all, even like Estonia are desperately trying to join NATO.
Listen.
These institutions are strengthened. You're not looking at reality. You're just simply talking.
Right now, they've been whipped up into an anti-Russian frenzy. It doesn't it doesn't address the underlying contradictions within Europe. The problem of populism
What are the contradictions within Europe?
They call it populism.
What are you talking about? Like right-wing parties that hold 10%?
Just general alternative anti-establishment forces, people who are dissatisfied with the Davos agenda, with the European Union, and with the Anglo-Saxon ruling class that actually rules over them. You mentioned in one of your points that there's this new European identity that's being created. No, there fucking isn't. If there was a sovereign Franco-Germanic bloc that is its own pole, then why would they have not acted in their own actual economic interests and agreed to the Nord Stream 2 pipeline deal? They would have said, fuck you to the Americans and simply done that. Now they're being the dogs of the Americans. There's no independent European identity. These are American puppets. You know it and I know it. They're acting on behalf of America's interests, not their own.
Less American puppets than they were in 1945. In 1945, I would not disagree with you that they're effectively American puppets.
There has never been a point.
They have an interest which might not be yours, but that's the whole point.
What is their interest?
Like a sovereign.
What is their sovereign interest in getting rid of? Okay, what's Germany and France's sovereign interest in fucking over its own source, getting its own source of energy and getting cheaper gas? Why would they fuck that over if they're acting on behalf of their own sovereignty?
It's moving in a different way.
Oh, do you mean to tell me? Do you mean to tell me they're asserting their sovereignty by now turning to green energy and windmills and renewables or some shit? Like, get real.
I hope they go back to get real power, which they were advanced in.
Okay, but that's not 40% of their energy is thanks to Russia.
I'm not a big fan of green energy.
Sure,
but 50% of their natural gas from Russia.
Yeah, 40%. 40%.
They made a strong decision.
Okay, that decision comes at the expense of their own sovereign interests.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
They made a sovereign decision to end it. You're just using words again. You throw out words.
Because they're in NATO. Because they're in NATO.
They didn't make a sovereign decision.
Everyone makes a formally sovereign decision, but they did it on behalf of America's interests, not their own. They're selling out their own interests.
Maybe that's true, but maybe that's true, or maybe that's true to a degree. But you're simply saying that. All I am saying is that there is a bifurcated world that resembles the bifurcated world.
How is it bifurcated? Between who? Who are the two parties to this bifurcation?
There is a renewed West and with a NATO a fighting force. The way I see it is Russia is going to turn to a kind of Eurasianism where all of that this is again speculation, but that natural gas and resources and oil and other resources, hydrocarbons, are going to be headed east.
Okay.
So you're going to find yourself as the little brother of China.
Okay.
And so I don't wish that upon the Russian people, to be honest. I actually am despite what you might think of me, I actually am. I have a lot of affection for Russia and Russia culture.
That doesn't.
And
It's
I
not.
want a unified
That's
northern
that's not.
hemisphere.
That's not
At the
material.
end of the day,
That's
But
not.
I'm not going to get that
That,
because
that's.
people like
It's not
Putin
material to what
or
we're.
trap past.
Okay, that's not material to what we're talking about. So you mentioned a word, Eurasianism. Do you think that there's maybe a member of NATO that exists right now that is part of the Eurasian sphere?
A member of NATO that
Yeah.
exists right now that's part of the Eurasian sphere. I don't know what you're suggesting. What do you?
Well, is NATO the West? Is
Like
there a
Hungary or
country?
something?
Is there a country you're forgetting about? Is NATO the West or?
Are you talking? Are you? I mean, more or less.
Why would
yes,
you say
NATO is the
Hungary?
West.
Why would you say Hungary before Turkey? You remember Turkey's in NATO. You remember that, right?
Oh, Turkey's in NATO. That's a good
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
Yeah. So Turkey's in NATO, and Turkey has interests that neither align with the West fully, nor do they align with Russia or China fully. Iran has interests that don't align with the West, and don't necessarily align with Russia and China all the time. That's why it's not a new bifurcated world; it's a multipolar world. Often there's interests that France and Germany have that don't align with America. So this idea of this,
Yeah, but the fundamental seismic
the West
division
is a myth.
is going to be bifurcated.
The West is a myth.
I actually agree.
No.
I granted you actually a good point about Turkey.
Because
there's a Turkish question
yeah,
that we're going to
so
have to address.
here's the problem. Here's the problem. When you say the West, you're not actually talking about Europe as a whole. You're just talking about the rule of the former British Empire, which is based on the Anglo-Saxon elites of the United States and the CIA, the State Department, the Davos agenda, the global institutions, all that kind of stuff. The global financial institutions, which is the most important part of that. All of that has its center. It's not simply the West; it's the Anglosphere. Okay, so. The only thing that unites the West as a whole is the leash the American empire has on its Western allies through NATO. When this leash is gone, there's a new Western question about, okay, well, what does the West really mean? Who is the hegemon of Europe? Is it going to be Franco-Germania? Is it going to be
1945? I don't agree with you in 2020.
So, see, the problem with you...
France is a nuclear... Let me finish real quick. France is a nuclear power. France has an egomaniac Napoleon complex individual in charge of its country at the moment that wants to have its day in the sun. Germany is now radically rearmed. I think the military budget is 3 to 5% of GDP. We have not seen this since the Second World War. This is actually going to be different. And Europe was in rubble, particularly Germany. Germany was divided in 1945. There is going to be a very quality to this neo-Cold War that I'm describing.
And
China is also going to be a new element that wasn't there, at least at the end of this.
You are witnessing the...
So it's going to be different.
Yeah, so
what I'm saying is that it's going to be bifurcated geostrategic environment.
It's not, because what you're actually witnessing right now is the implosion of the American empire, and all the barking that the European countries and leaders are doing and their media is making is because of the seething and writhing of the death of the empire that they used to be a part of. You see this some kind of new rebirth of the American empire or the so-called West. What you're actually witnessing is its demise in real time. You're witnessing a unity. You're witnessing
to suggest that,
because the only kind of unity you're witnessing is the unity of copium. They're using the same copium raw material to cope with a common empire that's dying that they used to have. So as far as what's going to replace this is concerned, it's not clear whatsoever. It's not clear what future.
Do you think Russia is rising?
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, look, I think there are very strong.
Do you know what? Okay, does Russia have a trade? Does Russia have a trade surplus or a trade deficit like the U.S. does?
It has a trade surplus.
Of course. So it is rising.
Well, if you look at Russian society, I mean, this is a oligarchic petrostate. I mean, I don't. This is not going.
What do you mean by oligarchic? Oligarchic is a political term. Who does Putin share power with?
Oh, you think Putin doesn't share power with these oligarchs who are
absolutely
sitting
not
in a palatial room with him?
Absolutely not. They have no sovereignty whatsoever.
Okay, so it's just a one-man government?
No, it's a popular front government with other parties in it. But yeah, it's a popular government.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Where do you think Putin gets his
whatever.
support from? You think Putin gets his support from the oligarchs or from the pensioners nostalgic about the Soviet
Why
Union and
does
the
he have
countryside?
them there? I think Putin does have a lot of popular
Putin
support.
doesn't have
But why are all
oligarchs
these? Why is he sitting in a room with billionaires?
because they own some of the biggest industries in Russia, the
And
biggest
you
companies.
don't think that gives you power?
It doesn't is the
I mean,
U.S.
I
okay,
agree
okay,
that Putin's
sure.
the man. I think this.
So
I think this
is
decision
China
derives largely from him.
is China in the U.S. an oligarchy too? Then
It is an oligarchy. I think it functions in a bit of a different way. I mean, it's not such an intense wealth inequality, to be honest, in the United States as it is in Russia. But yeah, there's an oligarchic quality to the United States, no doubt.
okay, oligarchy is a political term. Okay, the power that Russian
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's fine. I mean, oligarchy is a Greek term, literally ruled by a few, but
which is political.
I think I'm using it in a more kind of modern way of like calling
You're
Jeff
just-
Bezos
you're just
an
referring to the
oligarch.
fact
He's
that-
not literally
You're
ruling
referring to the fact
he
that
has immense power. He owns the Washington Post.
Russia has
There.
billionaires. Russia has billionaires, and it also has a lot of wealth inequality. That's what you're referring to.
Yes, it has more intense wealth inequality than the United States.
So I think China does as well. What's your point?
Well, I guess your point. What is so hot about Russia? I mean, like, this is a rising new society for socialism.
Because
or whatever? Is that
Russia's
what you're claiming?
Russia's
Or it's a rising new society
because
for crack, or
Russia's-
what are you claiming about it?
there's two facets to it. So if you want to talk about, I don't see how does having wealth inequality correlate to not being a rising power? It doesn't make any sense.
I don't think the Russian way of life, is going to be particularly attractive to most of the world. Unlike in the Cold War,
wait. Why does the Russian
had an intense fascination for intellectuals?
But-
I don't think anyone.
But Russia's not returning to the Soviet Union where it was going to export its ideology to the people of the world. Russia way of life is for Russians. Who else?
Okay, well, fine, but it's
That doesn't mean it's
more
not rising.
powerful.
Doesn't mean it's not rising. That's the meaning of multipolarity. China is rising. Russia's rising. Iran, in a way, is rising. Turkey is rising. There's these different poles around the world with their own way of life, and they're rising. Now, does that mean they're going to export their way of life to other countries? No. Doesn't mean they're not rising, though.
I of course agree that like the power distribution is going to change over time. And I have said in my opening statement that the kind of true globalism of unipolarity is ending. What I am arguing is maybe not dissimilar from what you just said, which is that we're moving towards a world of civilizational states. Now, I think the big bifurcation, and there are, of course, are different powers. In the post-war era, we had, a neutral Yugoslavia. We had the South America. What were they? Middle East is a rising power with resource wealth. I mean, there's always been a degree of multipolarity, rather. What I am arguing is that we're moving largely towards civilizational states. We are going to see intense unification on the Western and Central Europe, on the European continent.
The equivalent to a European polarity is Franco-Germania. It's France and Germany. Okay, the unity of France and Germany. Right. The problem is that the Americans have done everything they could to undermine that specific bloc as an independent polarity. And America blocking Nord Stream 2 and this whole shit that's going on in Ukraine, which is actually all because of that, by the way, that was specifically about undermining any independent European polarity. And now the Germans and the French and the other Europeans have been whipped into a frenzy. They're getting back in line as the lackeys of NATO and American imperialism. I mean, NATO as an institution is just American unipolarity. It doesn't have any room for an independent European polarity.
It was not created as American unipolarity. It was created as an anti-Russian military alliance in 1940.
NATO was not created as an extension of American unipolarity to enforce
unipolarity comes after the end of the Soviet Union. There's obviously a bipolar
unipolarity has
Yes.
American unipolar system has its origins in the post-war Bretton Woods system. Now, there was a communist bloc and there was a Soviet bloc, but as far as the roots of the American system are concerned, that's NATO, that's Bretton Woods, it's the IMF, and so on and
Disagree
so on.
with that.
Okay,
But that's not unipolarity has a specific definition. It was coined by Charles Krauthammer after the fall of the Soviet Union, and it's more or less the same thing as Fukuyama's end of history. It is basically there is no
I know what
system around the
I
world.
know what polarity is because
So when I say the word unipolarity, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so you're
was NATO a kind of extension of America in the 1940s? Absolutely.
okay.
But
That's all I wanted. Okay,
things change.
okay.
And
so how
France is in a
can
very
that change?
different position than it was in 1945. Germany is rearming
You're,
to the teeth.
you're right, but
That's
guess
remarkable.
yeah, you're right, but guess what? NATO is in, Turkey's in NATO. NATO as an institution has no further reason for this is its last breath that it's taking against Russia's actions in Ukraine. Europe is internally divided between West and East because the Intermarium, the forces that want to recreate the Intermarium, Poland and Hungary and the Three Seas Alliance, they're positioned against the Franco-Germanic bloc. So within Europe, you have these very strong divisions.
They are positioned strongly against Russia right now. What I am saying is that this invasion has revived something that I agree was almost had an identity crisis. That is NATO. How do we use this thing? Is it a force for humanitarian interventions? Should Russia be a part of NATO? That was actually floated at the end of the Cold War. Is it still against Russia? What do we do with this thing? Now it's actually due to this invasion and the massive reaction against it in the West, it has been revived.
That's precisely what it is.
It's remarkable. You have to look at reality and not just say stuff like an intermarium, which is some like thing bloggers talk about.
The intermarium is something bloggers have been talking about when it's been Poland's before.
I've heard intermarium from various like petty nationalist for years. The seismic bifurcation of Europe is going to be where it was more or less.
What you are witnessing now in Europe's newfound sense of unity rallying around Ukraine is nothing more than the putrescence of the American empire with its last dying breath.
Okay, well, you would say that when they weren't. You said that you would say that a month ago.
Yes.
When NATO was having an identity crisis. Now things have changed. Data has changed. The situation has changed. Emotions have changed, and you're saying the same thing.
The emotions you're witnessing. Hold on.
Kind of propaganda.
These strong emotions that you're witnessing is a psychosis on a mass scale to cope with the end of this empire.
Well, okay, but
it's a mass psychosis.
I agree with you, which I don't. That in itself is like you're admitting to the fact that NATO has a raison d'etre, even if it's a psychosis, and there is much more unification. There are countries like Sweden, excuse me, Sweden and Estonia Finland that now want to join up, and they wouldn't have.
Yeah, there's a new impetus for American. And that's what it is, American aggression against Russia. But that doesn't actually say anything about like an authentic polarity, authentic civilizational renewal. It has nothing to do with that.
Okay. Well, that's your opinion. I mean, you're just saying that though, and you're not like
because
arguing
because an authentic let's say polarity or civilizational renewal
authentic? What is
civilizational block where they revive would not principally be based upon weaponizing the old the last leg of the old arrangement, which was positioned against Russia. It wouldn't be simply based off of huffing this copium about how, Russia's the bad guy now, we all need to unite against Russia. Well, the material basis for the anti-Russian sentiment is a prior state of affairs, which was the 20th century, the post-war period, the Soviet Union, and so on and so on. So the unwillingness to let that go, right, attests to the fact that they're not allowing themselves to have the breathing room to discover their own identity and so on and so on. They're still clinging to an arrangement that's led by the U.S.
Mere assertion with not an argument, and the idea that history doesn't matter is absurd. Obviously, Vladimir Putin, in his explicit statements, has said that Ukraine, they are our brothers. Maybe they're our prodigal sons. We have ties between us. That this is the foundation of the Russian Empire, Kiev and Moscow. So you're just claiming history. They're holding on to the past, and they're not doing what I want.
You didn't
That's
listen
not
to what.
an
No,
argument.
you didn't listen. You didn't listen to what I
by
said. You
some
didn't.
guy in
You
the
didn't. No,
internet.
you didn't
Just-
listen
you're
to
not
what I
looking at
said.
reality.
Okay, so we can agree that Europe, as an independent polarity, didn't exist after World War II, right? It's just led by the Americans, right? That has been the status
I
quo.
agree.
That has been the status quo up until recently, where the material foundations for an independent European polarity, specifically because of the revival of German industry and the revival of the French market and so on, has created the foundation for an independent polarity in Europe, right?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You were claiming that because they are getting natural resources from Germany was getting natural resources from Russia, that was a kind of foundation for greater German independence. Is that what you're arguing?
Precisely.
Okay, I get that. And I understand that. And in fact, in my heart of hearts, I don't want a division between East and West. I want greater unity across
So this
the entire
unity,
continent,
okay,
from
but
Portugal to
the
Vladislavstok.
unity that you're witnessing.
That's not going to happen.
Here's my point, though. The
Putin
unity that you're
created
witnessing.
this
Yeah.
Cold War.
The unity, let me just be very clear about this. The unity that you are witnessing is not based in people awakening to this newfound independent polarity. It's a unity that is based on asserting the identity of an arrangement that no longer has a real, authentic, material or civilizational foundation, which is American
It does,
control of Europe.
because they want it. You don't like it, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And
Okay,
I don't know.
specify.
I hope
Why
Germans
is it independent?
wake up.
Okay.
Merkel was opposed to nuclear power. I hope Germans wake up and get nuclear power, because that is a much better
So,
way forward.
okay,
as
you know
with
what?
green energy.
Let's cut the bullshit.
It's
Let's
happening.
Sure,
and
okay,
it's gonna
let's
include
just
America.
let's-
It is what it is.
Let's cut the bullshit. Let's cut the bullshit then. And I'll ask you very frankly. What could possibly be in Europe's own sovereign interest as a polarity to renew its hostilities with Russia over this specific question of Ukraine? Why is it in Europe's interest? Go ahead.
They don't want to be invaded. They might very well be wrong about that. I personally do not think that Putin's ambitions extend beyond Ukraine.
Oh,
This evokes memory.
hold on. So what you're saying?
They have made a decision.
Wait. Okay. So
that
you're trying to
this
sell me.
aggressive
So,
Russia, even if it doesn't roll into Germany, that is scary to them.
So okay,
and
I
they want to
see.
rearm against it.
I
and
see.
They have a lot of
What you're trying to
lived
sell me.
experience
Yeah.
that leads them to that conclusion.
So what you're trying to sell to me right now is that very genuinely, Europe's reaction to what Russia's doing in Ukraine is because they fear they're going to be invaded by Putin and by Russia.
I wonder why Germans might fear an invasion by Russians. I wonder where they got that crazy notion.
It's okay.
Where would
Then
they come
let me
up
ask you a
with such
question.
thing?
Hold on. Let me ask you a
This
question.
is how absurd you are. People don't agree with you,
Wait.
and then you say they didn't make a sovereign decision.
All right,
when they
hold on.
don't agree
There's-
with
it's like-
you.
it's like there's
It
two-
is so the level
You're,
of
Spencer, you're getting
just absurd.
you're getting your panties in a
Sorry,
bunch about
I did
this whole
myself.
agreement thing. We got it loud and clear. Your argument is that I'm saying it because they don't agree with it. You don't have to keep repeating that. It's just a pointless
Well,
thing to
stop
raise.
saying it then, because it's obviously
no, because I'm not
incorrect.
because my reasoning is not based on
No
just the
one
fact
agrees
that,
with you, Haz. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. And you should probably
Yeah,
embrace your
but-
identity
yeah.
as a marginal figure who promotes Marxist-Leninism, as opposed to claiming that anyone who disagrees with you isn't sovereign.
Richard,
It's just
Richard. I did not expect to come have a debate with you for Richard fucking Spencer to tell me that I'm the one who should awaken to the fact that I'm a marginal figure, okay? So let's simmer down and sit down for a little bit, okay? Now, let's
I
get...
thought I was the leader of the new Europe, according to you. I am simply looking at reality. I am not claiming that Germany isn't sovereign.
We need to get back
Germany
to
disagrees
listen,
with me my entire lifetime.
you're
There's a political decision.
You're flip-flopping.
I don't claim they're not
You're flip-flopping around.
because I'm not absurd.
You're saying that Europe's reaction right now is because they fear Russia's going to invade Europe, and that they have historical precedent for this because the Soviet Union took Berlin after Operation like, what are you fucking trying to say? What is your point?
Yes, there is real historical reasons why France and Germany, as the two most important countries in the EU, would fear invasion by foreign powers.
What do you mean? Russia's when Russia took Berlin, that was after do you know what happened, right? Are you trying to say the Soviet Union just randomly decided to push eastward and take Berlin? I mean,
no, the Soviet Union reached a pact with Germany. Germany invaded the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa, and then Stalin not only pushed the German army out of his sphere, his gross realm, if you will, but in fact moved forward. And in 1945, clearly anticipated that Europe would soon become communist.
Hold on, we're gonna put that on. We don't have time to debate about that, but that means that the Soviet Union was in a defensive position to ensure they're not going to be invaded again, because lo and behold, they get randomly fucking invaded by Western aggressors. Now, based on that history specifically that you brought up,
Joseph Stalin was a shrinking violet who just wanted to play defense. I mean, this is just
Stalin. The truth is, there's no precedent for adventurism on part of Stalin. He was against adventurism and this Trotskyist delusion of exporting the revolution. Second of all,
I agree with that more or less. So the notion that he didn't roll across Europe. Wow.
He rolled across Europe. He rolled across.
Literally, no one will agree with that.
He rolled across Europe He rolled across Europe to ensure the Soviet Union does not get invaded again. Now, based on that history,
I think that was one of the motivations. But it was also about world communism, comrade.
Then why didn't they take the West? They could have easily taken the West. Why didn't they?
They didn't exactly take the West because the British Empire that was flailing still had some pop. The United States entered late; it still had some power.
The Soviets got there before anyone. They got there before anyone. They could have taken whatever they wanted.
They could have. They made a strategic decision not to. But Stalin clearly assumed that capitalist powers would turn on one another, and that you would soon have at least a European.
Stalin believed, as far as you're getting into the ideological bullshit. Let's just get back to the meat and potatoes.
Well, there's like diaries and interviews that indicate such things. I'm not getting into ideological bullshit.
You are. So let's get back to the meat and potatoes.
Why occupy Germany up until 1989-91 if you're just
it was no more an occupation of Germany than America occupied Germany in the West. So it was formally not an occupation. It's just that Germany fell under the hegemony of
but people liked Western Germany a lot more. Let's just put it that way.
That's not necessarily true, actually. It's not necessarily true whatsoever.
Did anyone sneak into East Germany?
There was a brain drain from the east to the west. That doesn't mean everyone liked West Germany more than the East, though. It's not true.
That's fair enough, but and I agree with you that there's a kind of decadent temptation to a lot of the Americanized West. But at the end of the day, where would you want to raise a family?
The East.
In Bavaria,
are you kidding?
Or
the East?
Prussia?
Where would you want to raise a family? I mean, if you're a bachelor who's having fun, probably you want to live in the West. But for raising a family, of course you wouldn't want to be in the more.
Which realm had higher birth rates?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
Was it the West? I'm assuring your point is that it's the West.
And the East has serious problems now.
Hold on.
Even East Germany kind of resembles Eastern Europe. I mean, even today, to some degree, it has serious problems that are kind of fairly tragic, to be honest, and could be solved. But you clearly have Soviet nostalgia, which is fine, but
it was much better to raise a family in the East. Much better. It's much better to raise a family
Maybe
in
being a Ukrainian farmer during Stalinism, maybe that's not the case.
during one. You want to bring up the famine of 33 and 34 and debate about that, because you can't actually talk about why the fuck Europe would be against Russia right now, if not because of a mass psychosis, and it has nothing to do with Europe's own interests.
A mass
And you've
psychosis.
pivoted so much. You said it's because they fear being invaded by Russia. What? There's no precedent for Russia invading Europe. There's precedent for the West invading Russia, though, plenty of times.
Well, yeah, but like there's yes, Napoleon, Hitler, etc. But there's like the perspective of a European at the end of the Second World War was you have these Soviet tanks rolling in, taking over our countries.
Well, that's what happens.
Say.
That's what happens when you invade a country. The country's gonna push back
So they
and
deserve
neutralize
to be
you.
punished.
No, but they do
this
deserve.
amazing Soviet
The threat does
system
deserve.
that you
They
love.
do. The military does deserve to be disarmed, and the threat should be neutralized. The criminals who attacked you should be brought to justice, and the government that attacked you should be overthrown. Yeah, that's how it works. That's the way of war. It was a total war, a complete total war of annihilation, and the Soviets were very. They showed a lot of mercy to Germany.
I basically agree, but like, what is like? Please refrain from the moralization. Like the idea
listen,
that Germans,
The Germans have no reason to expect. Why should
understandable because it's hell on earth.
There's what's hell on earth?
I think the Soviet Union, perhaps later on, I think it was actually pretty reasonable. And there's even, when I was living in Berlin for a little while, and even in Bavaria, there's a kind of nostalgia, a kind of hipster, fantasy of the Soviet days. But like, let's just be brutally honest here. Communism sucked.
I disagree.
It's just awful.
Even if I were to agree with you, which is completely irrelevant. It's not true, but it's completely irrelevant. What does that have to do with the newfound European unity against Russia not being based on any rational interests of Europeans themselves?
It's a vivid historical memory, is what it is.
Of communism, Russia doesn't live under the same system that it used to.
I know, but they're easily aligned. And
hold on, and you know why you're especially wrong? Yeah,
Russia
you know why you're especially wrong?
Post-communist.
You know why you're especially wrong about this? Because all of this anti-Russian sentiment, if it was just based in being traumatized by communism, you wouldn't see such high rates of nostalgia on part of the older generations in Eastern Europe for it has nothing to do. Even Polish nationalists have inherited the legacy of the Polish communist system. What you have are competing forms of nationalism in Eastern Europe that have specifically defined themselves against Russia. That's not because communism was so bad. It's because they needed to fill the vacuum left behind by the communist ideology after the fall of the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet bloc. So it's not because...
Fair enough. I might actually agree with a lot of what you just said.
Okay. So there is no rational reason for Europeans to fear a Russian invasion or to oppose Russia's actions in Ukraine. It seems like
good that politics has nothing to do with rationality.
Okay. Can you admit to me that it's based on moralism?
No, I'm not going to admit that.
Okay, so what expression have any Germans or French formulated in a significant capacity? The Ukrainian flag is the new George Floyd. It's the new wear your mask. It's the new get vaccinated. That's what it is. It's not based in any kind of like raw self-interest on part of Germans or French or Europeans.
I agree that is the case on social media, and there's a lot of
It's the case in general
that resembles BLM. I agree with that.
Yeah,
but
so it's look
real.
Okay, if you want to look,
social media distraction.
You want to look at, you want to have
changed over the past week.
Any which way you look at it, culturally and sociologically, this is an astroturfed, moralistic campaign that people use to identify themselves and virtue signal their compliance with the status quo and the institutions that rule us. On Reddit, on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you go, on Twitter, people are doing
I
this.
don't disagree that there's an element of that. However, to claim that
So
anything is fully astroturfed is just wrong. You cannot just invent things whole cloth,
which you
and
don't.
force half of the world to put a Ukrainian flag on their Facebook.
Because
There is something real in
No,
this. And in
no.
terms of like, we're just reestablishing the world order. What I am arguing is that the world has changed in the past week.
I
changed indelibly.
I
Well, not
fundamentally
indelibly,
disagree.
but indelibly for 40
I
years.
fundamentally
We're in a
disagree.
new paradigm right
I
now.
fundamentally disagree that this is based in something real. No one actually gives a shit about Ukraine.
Well, it's just
It's a way of expressing one's virtue signaling toward the agenda of the prevailing institutions, which is being rewarded through social feedback loops.
to a certain extent.
Yeah, it has nothing. It has nobody independently looks at this situation and just independently comes to some kind of solid position on it.
Well,
They're going with
does
the
no one
flow.
have agency, according to you? Everyone's just a robot or an NPC.
I think
I mean,
I
it's just-
think Redditors are
I will
NPCs.
grant you,
I do.
to a certain extent, what you said that putting a Ukrainian flag is a kind of virtue signal. I will agree with that. But like to claim that no one has agency or that there aren't real historical and geopolitical factors at play here is just ridiculous. People are not robots.
I think there is a reality of this type of, which is led, who has its center, by the way, in the Anglo-Saxon elites, which is this kind of condescending sense of superiority of over Russians, a kind of civilizational racism Europeans have over against Russians and against Chinese and so on and so on. But the core of this identity that makes it possible isn't based in anything real within their own lives. It's based in institutions that distinguish them and which interpolate them as subjects. And to use less...
Sounds like you're describing systemic racism or something.
No.
Look,
no.
There is a European identity.
No.
There are smaller forms of European identity as
You,
well.
but
And there
the
is a
problem
Russian
is
identity.
the problem
And
is
there's a
the problem
connection
is
between Russian and
hold
European
on.
identity, but-
There is a Russian identity. Russian identity is based in Russianness. We are Russians. It's our history. It's who we are. Same with Chinese, same with anywhere else in the world. But this so-called European identity that you're talking about is not based in any type of particular European civilization.
All you're doing
or-
is dehumanizing my people. basically, by
Shit,
saying
you're,
something.
but this
We don't have an authentic identity, but you do.
No,
Give me a break.
maybe there is an authentic European identity, but I'm trying to say the one that is being displayed now in this Pledge of Allegiance to the Ukrainian astroturfing campaign is not based on that. It's based in a type of fake universalism, a false universalism, and a type of proving of one's reflexivity, which is what all of these astroturfed campaigns are about. You say Black Lives Matter, you say take the vaccine, wear the mask, because you're expressing that you're conscientious or you're civilized or you're somehow in the know and you're a universal subject, right? The problem is that Europeans are not universal subjects, they're Europeans. So if they started acting like Europeans and not pretending that there's the universal subject of American globalism, they wouldn't be against Russia and condemning Russia right now. They would just be looking after their own interests, the interests of Germany, the interests of France, the interests of Ireland, whatever you want. They wouldn't be acting on behalf of some kind of global, universal interest.
If you can create greater division in Europe, that is better for Russia. Russia, I'm sure, was enthused by things like Brexit. Russia is enthused by petty nationalist disputes. The fact is, part of European identity, I agree, is a kind of expansive, universal, if you want to say, Aryanism.
No, it's not. But it's not.
Dude,
hold on.
we are.
Spencer,
I would say,
Spencer,
not
the
just we
reason
think
you're
of
the
ourselves.
reason you're
We
a
are
trag-
universal.
the reason you're a
subject of
tragical
history.
figure.
History doesn't exist.
Spencer,
without
Spencer,
us.
the reason you're a tragical figure is because you're an embarrassment. You're kind of right. It is based on a type of racist, neo-Nazism, whatever. But for the leaders of the Western world to come out and admit this means the end of the Western world's basis of soft power in the entire globe. So you're an embarrassment for them. You air the dirty laundry, the dirty truth they will never admit. And it's a precondition for Europe to not admit this in order to maintain its so-called unified identity. So the problem what you're trying to say is that, oh, we have this kind of universal Aryanism. Again, what they're pretending to be is universal subjects in the abstract. They're not Aryans, they're not Europeans, they're not whatever, they're not any type of particular person. This is just all universal humanity. They say the international community, when in reality it's just Europe, America, and Australia. They don't have...
All of that is the last 30 years. I think things are dramatically
when I talk about civilizational racism, I'm not talking about systemic racism. I'm talking about how the fact, for example, one does not become human, a universal human subject, according to these liberal Nazis, unless one is a Redditor, right? If you live in China or you live in Russia or whatever, you are backward, Asiatic, and so on. You don't have enough reflexivity. You're not conscientious enough. But when you're on Reddit and you're a Redditor who's, you like Pokemon and you like all that dumb bullshit that they like, right? You play video games, all of a sudden you become humanized. Because why? You're being interpolated by institutions and you're in the know in the way that they are, right? So this is what I mean by the civilization. I'm not talking about some woke bullshit. I'm talking about a specific type of historical false universalism that Europe has projected.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think you're making some interesting points about that quest to kind of be in the know and to be a kind of cosmopolitan digital citizen or something. I think what you're describing is a very real phenomenon. What I am saying, in contradistinction to that, is that as we kind of re-enter a new 20th century, the threat of a world war, the threat of nuclear conflict is in the air. That this is going to bring us back to a harder grounded, more militarized identity. And literally speaking, in the sense that France and Germany are rapidly...
This identity has no substance. There's no substance to this identity.
Well, says you. I mean, I don't know.
What? Okay, tell me what it's... Tell me what it's...
Just an assertion.
Then I'll ask you. Says me. Okay, I'll ask you. What is the substance of this new globalistic Reddit identity?
Well, I'm saying that I agree with that I might not call it a Reddit identity, but I understand what you're describing, and I think that there's a lot of truth to that.
But so what's its substance?
What I'm saying is that something else is emerging. We were entering that downward spiral, the nihilism, the last man.
So what is the something else?
Described it. Of the end of history of American.
What is this? What is the something else that's emerging that's not Reddit liberal globalism?
I mean, Redditors don't rearm Germany. I mean,
so you're talking about
martial quality is going to be a key.
So you don't think
I have my own personal desires.
What you're talking about is simply you're talking about Reddit with weapons, nuclear armed Reddit.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I
that's
get
what you're talking about.
I get what you're saying. I get it, and I'm granting you that. Because you're describing a real phenomenon, which is good. All I'm saying is that there actually is something else, and that the current world order is more.
What is this something else? What is its?
What I'm arguing?
What is its wealth? What is its soul? What is its substance? What is it except this cosmopolitan digital identity or whatever? What is it?
I think it's there is a...
What's its logos, I should say. What is its logos? It's a better word to say. What is its, what's its logos?
I understand. There is a kind of Heimat quest. There's a sense of homeness and belonging that I think is desired by every human being. And that exists certainly within Western and...
If you want to have homeless and...
There is a broader... There's a... Hold on, I'm answering the question.
Finish.
There is a broader quest towards truth, towards expansion, towards new vistas that is also really
this sounds
Aryan race.
This is it's all salad, no meat and potatoes. Vistas and what is this?
That's a fair criticism, actually, Haz. I mean, but you're asking me to describe European consciousness, and so I'm going to have to use.
I'm asking you what the real give me an example.
What is Russianness?
Give me. I can tell you Russianness. Give me an example. For example, give me an example.
The Roman Empire is your example of the combination of Apollonian and martial qualities within Western and Central European
If
man.
I accepted
Every
this,
political
fine.
entity has
Even
been
if I
to
accept
rebuild
this,
Roman
okay.
Empire.
If I
there
just,
it is,
even
and Greco-Roman religious.
sure, very
That is
wishy-washy.
an example.
Ve-
that I've just
very,
given you.
very wishy-washy. Even if I accept,
I just give you a
Ev-
literal example.
you talk about Rome, and I'm talking about right now. We don't have Rome. We have Reddit
What
right
is
now.
Russianness? What's Russianness?
Sure, Russianness is where can we even begin? Russianness is based on a civilization. Yeah, sorry.
Well, it's hard. Do you see how it's hard?
No,
Someone
it's not.
asks you
It's
to
not
describe,
hard.
like,
It's
the
actually not.
consciousness of a race.
It's not
It's
particularly hard. Russia's based on a type of determinate universalism, a kind of a society that's main theme is based on end times and apocalypse and sort of forestalling the end times and so on. But specifically, if you want to like get to the meat and potatoes of Rama, okay, from what I'm asking, the equivalent from what I'm asking to you is Russia has.
That was somewhat airy-fairy language, and I don't find apocalypse.
No. I just didn't know. I didn't know what you were asking for. If you're asking for the,
fine.
If you're no, I can answer. I can answer.
The use of airy-fairy
Hold
words.
on.
It's
hold on.
hard to describe.
I thought you were asking.
Poetry.
I thought you were asking for an airy-fairy equivalent to what you said. But if you want to know,
okay. Well, I appreciate what you said, but all I'm saying is it's you have to write a book on this.
No, I don't. I can give you a simplification. Russians' new kind of consciousness or new kind of substance or logos is specifically based in the Russian sovereignty, which is because of the nationalization of the oil sector, which has created new Russian platforms, new Russian social media, and new type of Russian identity, which on the one hand has the kind of qualities of a universal citizen, but on the other hand has an acute sense of determinate and situatedness within the specific Russian identity. So they don't moralize against others and impose their way on others, but on the other hand, they have the same level of kind of, I guess, dynamism that the Redditors have, right? So same technological savviness and sophistication, but sense of fundamental groundedness in the particular Russian civilization. I'm not specifically asking you what defines Europe.
I get that. I think that's a good description.
Yeah. So my question for you is that when it comes to this new European identity that you're saying is being defined by anti-Russian sentiment and pro-Ukraine sentiment, what is that based on? What is that based on?
I have answered. I have given you a artsy-fartsy version.
But
and I am saying
what is it based on?
The notion of a state that contains the state is Rome. That is the ultimate political structure.
Right. That's your interpretation. But I'm asking you, where can we locate any type of consciousness of this fact in the European society? We see the manifestation. We see is Reddit. You have to admit that it's Reddit. Globalist liberalism.
I'm not going to admit that that's the end-all be-all of European.
Sure, you can try to cope and say that the Reddit globalist liberalism is actually this resurrection of Roman martial spirit or something.
I'm not saying that. I'm not.
So where is the Roman martial spirit? Where is it then? Because what we have now is Reddit.
It's emerging, and it is being kind of catalyzed or sparked by some of the things that we're seeing.
Where is it emerging?
It is emerging. There is a European Union, by the way, which it can only be. I mean, I agree. It's it starts and fits and starts, or it's emerging and fits and starts, but it has to be based on some sense of commonality between Western and Central.
So I'll tell you the commonality.
Whether you want to locate that in Latin language,
the commonality of the so-called
a Germanic and Romantic.
We're not seeing that. I'm not against that, but we're not seeing that. I'm not against Latin, Franco,
what
Frankish.
What do you want to see? See, you just want to see something that you want to see, as opposed to opening your eyes and seeing what is actually happening.
I'll tell you what we actually have. So-called European values are not European in particular. They are universal. They're pretended universal values of human rights and liberty. They're all negative abstraction. What is liberty? What is freedom? What does this even fucking mean? It doesn't mean anything determinate or particular. It's based on empty liberal abstraction. So where do we find particular Europe?
Preach.
Okay, but
I agree with everything you just said.
But the pro-Ukraine sentiment and the anti-Russian sentiment is not based on any type of European particularity. It's based on this American globalism.
I agree. I will grant you that, and I've already granted you this, that a lot of what you say is true. What I am engaging in is a kind of a situational concept that, due to the historical realities of Russia and Western and Central Europe, due to a new kind of emotional mood that's sweeping the continent, due to a kind of recognition of decline.
So you think? Do you think this mood?
There is a chance, a strong chance, for something that is much more spiritual and much more in line with what I want to arise.
Let me confront
Maybe
you.
I'm engaging in wishful thinking.
Let
Fair
me
enough.
Let me
But
confront
that
you
is
with
what I am
okay,
arguing.
then allow me to confront you with a paradox. Okay, so
Okay.
would you say that this is an unconscious phenomena primarily? That this awakening?
Yeah, I could agree with
Okay,
that.
since it's primarily unconscious, because on the surface level, this is about universalism and globalism and Reddit and so on, liberalism. That's what we see on the surface. But you're saying that's just on the surface, and unconsciously, this is the awakening of the real European identity, right? The dilemma is this. The soft power of Europe, the power of Europe, the ability for Europe to have any type of influence or power in the international community when it comes to this event precisely lies in this surface level globalism. If Europe were to say, this is just us, Europe, versus the East will fucking eat Europe alive. They have to pretend to be universal to maintain their imperial power. If they don't be universal anymore, how can you enforce your will over Africa and Asia and Latin America when you are just acting on behalf of your own interests? Then it's total war, right? And I don't think Europe's going to fare very well in a situation of complete total war versus what, 6 or 7 other billion people on Earth. It's not going to work. So they have to pretend to be universal to maintain the type of
it can work for a while. I mean, a few dozen people in London were administering India, to be honest. Secondly, in terms of the advancement towards the East, I mean, Germany was caught in Bismarck's nightmare, a pincer movement of the capitalist and communist forces united against it. I mean, again, I'm not endorsing
Russia, China, Iran, and we're going to have like a World War III where the allies are going to be like these 6 billion other, and this is the fantasy scenario, by the way, but Turkey, Iran, Russia, China, even India, Pakistan, they're all going to unite against an aggressive newfound
I don't worry
Europe.
about India or Pakistan, but I certainly worry about China. Yes, I want to avoid, like, one aspect of a Cold War and bifurcation is that you don't ultimately fight the hot war because it would be so immensely destructive that both sides are
Then
against it.
I'm
But
trying
I
to tell
more or
you.
less agree with you.
I'm trying to tell you.
I think there's going to be a new
Listen.
concept of the East. The
Okay,
East
listen.
Was the Soviet? Let me finish real quick.
this-
East was the Soviet Union.
I think it's pretty bad.
That like we are. I agree with you in some kind of Spenglerian sense that we are just headed down the tubes. Like there's a certain kind of nihilistic death drive at the heart of the white race. I actually agree with you, and it's something that we need to confront. And there are a lot of different causes.
Don't you think this newfound
But just
militarization?
claiming that America is this like horrifying hellscape and we're just suffocating Europeans
Spiritually,
it's just so overstated.
Spiritually, yes.
I kind of agree. I look. I'm involved in a project of Aryan spiritual renewal. So I
didn't
obviously
say
agree
anything
with you.
about Aryan, but yeah,
Well, I
that's your
certainly
thing.
wouldn't. I think Christianity is part of what you're describing. But
Well, okay,
I
so
would not be promoting
let-
that
listen.
for any white person.
Listen, my overall point is
I mean,
simply
Christianity
this.
is a utterly nihilistic religion at its very core.
I think the
it's
irony is
not
you
a
keep
European
mentioning this word nihilism, but this kind of fascistic militarism is precisely based in what? Nietzschean nihilism, complete nihilism. End of.
Nietzsche is not a nihilist.
Yeah,
Nietzsche
but you get
trying
it's
to
it's
fight nihilism.
yeah, that's the point, right? It's a vain. Nietzsche tried to fight it in vain. He couldn't do it. So that's the point.
If you believe that this world is a vale of tears and that nothing really matters and that the pure good is outside the material world and that one day we'll go to an afterlife and live forever.
This is
that what one
this is
aspect
this
of
is the
nihilism that
caricature
I
of the this is a caricature
That's-
of the Christian position.
that's-
This is not Christianity.
caricature, sure.
This is some kind of
Christianity.
what you're talking about, some kind of Gnostic heresy. Real Christian religion is about the dialectic of heaven and earth, about the otherworldly and the worldly, the moment of their meeting, right? And that's where meaning is.
Okay.
So, Mike, but this
I
is
think that's a better version of Christianity.
different
Brent.
philosophical dispute going on.
Still.
To rein it back, how can Europe find meaning in a combination of Reddit globalism plus militarism?
I don't agree with your premise that like European culture at this point is just simply Reddit.
I think so.
I mean,
I think precisely
okay,
so.
that's fair enough. And I also have granted you that you are describing something that is very real. And I think this is in some ways a
All
product.
right, let's just find. Let's
in the sense that we're living our lives.
Okay, let's communicate
in
it.
cyberspace
Okay,
and not in the real
let's
world.
just make it
in the
let's-
metaverse. I agree with you.
But let's make it
But,
more
like,
clear, because
you
when
say
I
that
when I
there's
ask for you,
nothing else in
yeah,
America is just absolutely
Okay,
insulting
sure,
and
sure.
wrong.
But when I ask you, where can we find the independent European kind of identity or consciousness or logos, you give me something too broad and too like ancient. Like I give you something very immediate and specific, the Reddit globalism.
I'll give you something that happened yesterday, and
Go
that's
ahead.
the rearmament of Germany.
Okay,
Because you can't have a civilization
This is,
outside
but
of
you
violence.
have a kind of nihilistic view. You don't understand. Simply arming is not a logos. This is the arm of Reddit.
I agree. Of course, I agree with that.
This is Reddit arming itself.
It's a necessary
Reddit-
condition for. I wouldn't use the word. Logos means word. Of course, it also kind of means logic. Has a very Platonic and Christian association.
Okay,
that I wouldn't
call
want
it
to
call it what
associate
you
with.
want, but
a spirit is what I would call it. Or
Spirit,
a Geist,
sure,
to use a German word.
Geist, okay.
But you can't capture that outside of the material necessity of fighting someone to the death. And so you must arm. You must be willing to
fighting
stake
to
your
the
own
death
life.
for a purpose. It's always for purpose.
I saw something where I don't.
Purpose
I saw
here
something
is
with
Reddit.
Rausch,
Hold on.
Where you evoked Hegel and maybe Kojev is where
I know.
you're getting it, but
Yeah,
the
yeah.
master-slave dialectic.
Okay.
In that sense, I'm a Hegelian.
But the problem
you
with
need to be willing to risk your own life.
Yes,
you need to arm
but-
yourself
but-
and be willing to dominate.
hold on.
If you were going to have any form of consciousness or
But
spirit.
master-slave dialectic is not just based on biological survival. It's based on purpose, logos. What is the purpose of rearmament except an extension of Reddit globalism?
I get that. I think that's actually an astute criticism that you're making. Absolutely.
Because I
But
don't
what
see
I
the
am
purpose.
saying-
I don't see the purpose.
That is an astute criticism that you have just made. What I am saying is that out of this new kind of, I use it on Twitter today, like mortality salience, that sense that we might all die in a world war, out of that new sense, that pressure, there could be a revival of a spirit that defines German and European people. And maybe I'm engaging in a little wishful
Okay,
thinking,
I will.
but it has to
hold on.
start somewhere.
For the sake of the spirit of intellectual whatever, here's what I'll grant. Okay,
Intellectual, whatever. Yeah.
Reddit globalism has the specific feature of a lack of cognizance of mortality. It's a view of kind of.
I agree.
We are immortal, right? We live forever. There's no sense
We
of.
live in cyberspace.
Yeah,
in a
there's
way.
no
Yeah.
sense of, like, as Heidegger would put it, there's no cognizance of finitude, right? And finitude is what defines our being or our identity. Sorry. Finitude is what defines us. But here's the problem. What we are not seeing is finitude is not rediscovered in a complete thermonuclear, like this threshold of just total annihilation or total war. Finitude takes a very specific particular form, not of the finitude of biological life specifically, but the finitude of a kind of Geist or idea or state or determinate kind of logos. That's the kind of... that's the thing that must be finite in order for us to be human, right? Us being finite in the sense of like physical death doesn't have to necessarily mean it. You can look in Liberia with its civil war in the 90s, complete slaughters, endless slaughterhouse, bodies flying death. This doesn't actually lead to any kind of awakening of Dasein or anything like that, right? So
what you're saying is very interesting, Hans, and it's actually surprising. And I think it's a very good critique of what I put forward. I would simply offer that out of this new kind of finitude, this new sense of our own mortality, this new sense that we're going to have to risk it.
But the problem
there is the foundation for a real Geist is there.
But
that's what I'm suggesting.
The problem,
maybe I'm hopeful.
Yeah. But the problem is that it's not really a finitude, because it's a kind of, you see this also with this new digital Reddit culture, whatever, is that they do have a sense of extreme violence and extreme kind of sense of apocalypse and annihilation. Like, for example, with cancel culture, when someone's canceled, they're dead. It doesn't matter what happens to them, raped, killed, tortured, who cares, right? So that's not a real
finitude. A few times.
That's not a real finitude, because it's simply, on the one hand, you have this type of kind of unconditional Reddit comfort and safety and identity, beyond the threshold of which is just complete negation, death, right? Finitude comes when you have negation of the negation, where it's not simply something, this empty universalism beyond the threshold of which is total negation. You have a determinate universalism beyond the threshold of which is a kind of sea of openness with which you can discover other particularities, have dialogue, something like that, right? So the problem is this rearmament and this newfound sense of like anxiety is a type of precisely a fanaticism perfectly compatible, not only compatible, but as is an extension of Reddit globalism.
Okay. I simply don't agree with you, but I think I would tip my cap that you are making a very interesting and thoughtful criticism.
Okay.
And it's something I'm going to think about.
Okay. So, do you guys want to go into Q&A then?
Sure.
Okay. Let me pull up the ones that we do have. Okay. All right. So from Entropy, thank you for the super chat. From K Max McDonald, for both guests, do you both agree on Putin's motivations? What, in your view, is motivating this action against the Ukraine?
You can go first.
In my view, there's the recent context, which was the ceasefire violations and the continued shelling of Donetsk. Then there's also the long-term view, which is that Russia will not tolerate a Ukraine in NATO. It's not going to tolerate an anti-Russian power in Ukraine. Specifically because, and this is a lot of something people overlook, is that there's an element of geostrategic importance with Ukraine because of that Volgograd Strait. And if that's taken, it's the end of the Russian state as we know it.
Okay, apparently we now agree, because that is basically what I said in my opening statement. I mean, I think NATO expansion is a threat to Russia, as Putin understands Russia. But I think there's something actually, in fact, unique about Ukraine. And the threat of a German army marching to the Caspian is that would be encirclement, and that is simply intolerable. He will not accept that. So I think NATO expansion is a real thing, but it's actually, there's something unique about Ukraine.
Okay. So again, from K-Mac said, what is plan B for Putin? Say he takes over Ukraine in the next month. Does he stop there or try for another territory?
No, I don't foresee Putin. People are trying to depict him as like a madman, a new Hitler who wants to just conquer for conquer's sake. It reflects a poor understanding of the nature of both Russia's nature of its operation within Ukraine, as well as its broader geostrategic interest in the region.
Do you want me to repeat that question, Richard?
No, I heard it.
Okay.
I don't think he has further territorial ambitions. There is that question of like the Baltic region or something, or Moldova. I mean, I'm not so sure about that. I don't think this war has gone swimmingly for Russia. I think there's a very good chance that Russia will win. And I think there's also my prediction is that we're going to end up with a kind of divided Ukraine. There's i.e. a German situation, and that's my speculation, I would say. But I don't think this has been a knockout war that is over in 3 days. I think it's actually going to be much more of a slog, and I do think that Russia has a very strong chance of winning. But I don't think Putin quite factored in the just insane enthusiasm and unanimity of the Redditors and also the governments. And so I think it's going to be a slog, but I don't think expanding beyond that is going to be possible, even if he wanted to do it, and I'm not sure he does.
Okay. All right. Hear myself echo a little bit. Okay, and also from Entropy, from PAX2, he said, and thank you for the super chat, he said, how is the West run by Anglo-Saxon elites? Even identifying as Anglo-Saxon will get a politician attacked by the entire media. We clearly haven't been run by Anglo-Saxons in a long time.
That's more of a cultural feature that's actually particular to Anglo-Saxon civilization, of denial of one's own particularity in favor of a kind of universal identity. But when you look at the meat and potatoes of the history of the institutions that rule us and govern us, we can see continuity between the British Empire and the United. British Empire didn't just go away, right? It changed its form. So you have the City of London, financial institution, you have the World Bank, you have things like this, and these are very determinate, specific connections that trace their lineage to the British Empire. So this is what rules us, right? These are the people who are the linchpin and masters of our political and economic system.
I don't fully disagree with that. I mean, I think we have a Bretton Woods system created in 1944, even before the end of the war, a kind of global currency system. I think it's also a fair statement to say that the United States kind of inherited the legacy of the British Empire as it began to fall in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I think that's all fair. I don't think you should, at the same time, deny that there is a new player in town. There was a lot of collaboration between Jewish Zionist forces in the British Empire. After all,
Just to be clear, I'm on Twitch right now. I obviously disagree with that, but we're not gonna be able to argue with that. But I just want to express I completely disagree with that view.
Question for Richard. What are your thoughts on the writings of Comrade Number 3?
That's just a community meme. That's just a community meme. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is either. Fuki, thank you so much for the super chat. Fuki saved the day, by the way. You guys all suck. And he said, enjoy that crypto cash by Bitcoin. Thank you for that. And then let me go to Odyssey. Hold on. So from the thin red line, the Western Organization of OSCE recognized the election of Yanukovych in 2010. So they were dishonest when they recognized the coup of 2014?
That's probably for Haas.
You're saying the OSCE recognized? Is that what they said?
Yeah.
The OSCE recognized the other guy, and then they were he's asking me, were they dishonest for recognizing the post-coup government?
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't know if it's a matter of dishonesty, but it calls into question what the basis of recognizing a legitimate government actually is. Where does that come from? I think that's it.
From Chris Morlack, thank you for the super chat. He said, question for Spencer. What's your Twitch username? I'll buy you a subscription. Sounds like you have some doubts about Trotskyism. We have free support sessions. What was that meant for Spencer or Haas?
I kind of jokingly said I was a Trotskyist at the beginning. No, I'm not on Twitch. I've never attempted to be on Twitch. I don't play video games outside of chess. So. But I don't know if I should stream on Twitch. Who knows?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. All right, from Anonymous. Thank you for the super chat. He said, Richard, why is being a Nazi a good thing?
What?
Why is being...
Yeah, I have no idea what they're doing. And then we have from, hold on, let me just refresh this. All right, so from the thin line said, it is not Europe's interest to be hostile to Russia. Okay, thank you for the super chat. And then Prevailing West said, thanks for a great debate, guys. Thank you for that. Let me see if we're missing anything. Oh, wait, yes, we are. Okay. So from KMax, he said, McDonald said, when Putin invaded Crimea, his popularity soared. This time, the media reports he is not. How do both guests see the difference between Crimea and this action?
I have not seen evidence of a deterioration of the public's approval of Putin. I think it went from 60% to 71% last time I checked of confidence in the president of Russia. So I think his numbers are up, actually. Again, I think in the, you don't see this in the Western social media, of course.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, after I believe popularity increased, and weirdly his relationship with the West got a bit better after the 2008 strike on Georgia, and there's certainly a lot of anti-Putin rhetoric and in the media, and there were sanctions of some kind after 2014, but nothing like what we're facing today. I also agree that a lot of foreign policy is determined by domestic issues. It's determined by shoring things up. The public, at the end of the day, likes wars or likes winning wars. I am not so sure about what's happening now. I mean, the level of sanctions are unprecedented. I mean, Switzerland did not do what they did to Hitler, and they're now doing this to Russia. I mean, that's pretty remarkable in terms of freezing assets. There is a asset freeze of the central bank, so you're attacking the ruble itself. I mean, no flights are coming in to the United States, Canada, or Western Europe. I mean, what has happened is really dramatic. There is going to be pain for the average citizen, and I think Putin is on a knife's edge in a way that he has never been in his entire 20-year career.
I think you're muted.
Son of a bitch! Every freaking time! So annoying! Every time! Alright, whatever. Alright, so we are all caught up on that, and we can do closing statements and final thoughts since Richard went first. Then, Haas, if you want to go first for closing statements, you can.
So for my final thoughts, so in the current situation, I think the overall takeaway for how I view Russia's intervention in Ukraine is that this is an impetus for all alternative global forces, Islamic in the Middle East, everywhere in the world, India, America, the West even, the truckers in Canada. This is a form of rebellion against the current global establishment and the current status quo across the board. It's not simply a conflict between nations. It's a more fundamental type of insurrection against the Davos agenda, the Great Reset, etc., etc., etc. So, in my view, it has world historical significance as a big nail in the coffin of the American Empire, and the ushering in of a truly and also uh, unpredictable multipolar age, right? I don't know if we're entering an age of the Cold War's bipolar age. I think it's going to be a truly multipolar age. I think we have to adjust to this, and I think only the West has maintained this kind of neuroticism of just one universal world community and civilization.
And before you give your closing, we did get one more question for Richard. Thank you for the super chat from PaxTube. He said, to Richard, can we really blame Putin for his aggressiveness when the West has slammed the door in his face at every turn? So if you want to answer that, and then you can give your closing.
No, I mean, I acknowledge that at the beginning. I think Russia has real strategic objectives at play, and NATO expansion is one of them. And so I understand Putin's objectives, and I'm not going to moralize about them. I'm not going to claim that he's evil, for one thing. Now, there's a lot of evil that's going to come from this war, and just in terms of loss of life and nastiness and death of innocence. But I don't think I understand his geopolitical perspectives, and I will not moralize about them. This conflict is, in a way, kind of situated me. I have an understanding of Putin, but I also understand my own situation as a Westerner and as an American. And I am going to embrace that finitude or particularity of it. Um, I think we are to a certain extent entering a new age of multipolarity, but I think this is going to more prominently feel like we're returning to the 20th century. And that all of the questions that came out of American unipolarity, humanitarian intervention in the 90s, regime change wars in the 2000s. The latter I opposed in my small way as a young adult in 2003 and 2004. We are entering a different type of mindset. Europe is in a different position than it was at the end of the Second World War and the beginning of the First Cold War, when it was largely in rubble and in a state of humiliation. And I think Europe is already playing a much stronger role than it did at that time. So I think there's going to be some real significant differences in this neo-Cold War. And I hope that this new kind of mortality, this sense of destruction, the sense of death, this fear is going to awaken a spirit among Americans and Europeans that we've lost over the past 30 years. And that Reddit age, which Haas really, I think, very accurately described, might be in the rearview mirror, and we're entering a new age of great politics. And I think that's a very good thing.
All right. Well, thank you guys both for doing this. This was a fun debate. This was a needed debate, and I think a little bit unexpected on some of the positions. So I thought it was good. And yeah, so if you guys want to shout yourselves out one more time, where people can find you, Haas.
I'm Infrahaz on Twitter. I'm the Infrared Show on Twitch, and on YouTube you can just find me at Infrared. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Richard B. Spencer on Twitter, and also I do a
Really good.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nobuuma. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Thank you, Nobuuma. Appreciate you. Okay, that was that. Thank you so much, JC. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Holy fuck, Swag Healy. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it so much.
Based.
Thank you, Soul Asylum. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Reaper, thank you, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Woo! There we go.
Based.
Alright, we still didn't even cover the news. We didn't even fucking cover the news today. We gotta do the fucking news. Hold on.
Based.
Based.
Damn. Had to get another webcam for that shit. Oh man.
Based.
What a stream. Okay. Thank you so much, Roxov. Holy fuck. Okay, I can't even keep up. Jan R. Thank you. Thank you so much, Roxov. Thank you so much, Morlock. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Just a Pro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it so much. We have a lot of news to cover, guys. We got a lot of news to cover. Arctic Angel, holy fuck. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tendy Boy. Holy fuck. Moen Mission with the 5. Holy fuck. Thank you. There's like a lot of shit we gotta cover. So that debate, so guys, tomorrow, that debate didn't really talk about the details. Thank you, C-Dax. It didn't really talk about the details of the Russia-Ukraine situation. It was more like broad and overarching. Thank you, Gyno Haver. Appreciate you. That was a more overarching, broader debate about, you know, that. It's more philosophical, I guess. Tomorrow, we're not over tonight. We're going to cover a lot of news. But tomorrow, just in case you didn't know, it's going to be me and Jackson versus Destiny and Dylan Burns. And we are going to be talking about the nitty-gritty of the details of Russia and Ukraine. So stay tuned for that. Tomorrow is going to be much more...
Stalinism.
Thank you, Stalinism.
Unambiguous infrared victory.
Thank you, Wise. Appreciate you. Talking to Texas? No, I don't know. Probably not. But, you know, post-debate thoughts. What do I think? What are my thoughts?
What you say?
Thank you, Jen. My thoughts are Adam Something is not showing up, so Dylan's coming back. But my final thoughts are... I think there's a lot I wanted to say that I forgot to, and I didn't. But... yeah, I think it does reveal a kind of paradox that people should be thinking about, right? Which you do have this kind of revival of neo-Nazism in Europe. It's just not taking explicit form,
Orvo
you know?
donated $15. Thank you for telling the truth about Russia and Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Orvo. Appreciate you. But, yeah, I think people should think about that. You know, one of the things I can see is that he does accurately represent the opposing side. I just wish Dylan and Destiny can be as honest as Richard Spencer about what it means to be against Russia in this scenario and pro-Ukraine. I just wish they could be as honest, right? It's as simple as... I wish all of these fucking liberals and Reddit people and all these I wish they could just be as honest as that, right? They just can't, right? They can't because that's part and parcel of how the imperialist machine works. It pretends it's universal, right? When it's not. Simple as that. It's as simple as that. He says what they're not allowed to say, and that's why he's an embarrassment, you know? He just says what they're not allowed to. He says what Dylan Burns wants to say. He says what Vosh wants to say, but they can't say that. They just simply can't, right? Check fact checking. Oh, I know that there's a lot of evidence of Soviet. Oh, there's a lot of fertility. Hold on, this is weird. I didn't know this, so I let this slip past in the debate. So the whole thing about fertility rates is that they were actually higher in the GDR. I did not know that. I expected that, and I just didn't know. But yeah, so that's something I got caught. Like, he was like, oh, well, they were higher in West Germany, and it turns out that was only true for a few periods and barely, right? And then here you see a drastic difference, much higher fertility in the GDR after the 70s, right? This is also when the GDR started to be more traditional and conservative as well, I think, right? So that's an interesting thing. A lot of people were putting shit in fact checking. I wasn't looking in there. I wasn't doing anything like that. We have a lot of things to cover. A lot of things to cover. There's a lot of misinformation that went out.
Based.
I'll send this to Jackson, actually. Sick. There's a lot of things that happened today where they're accusing. So I predicted this, actually. I told you guys it was going to happen, right? First, what they're doing is they're doing this narrative that Ukraine's beating Russia. Ukraine's beating Russia. Now Russia's starting to take the gloves off a little bit, more and more as the days pass. And what do you know? Now it's indisputable Russia's going to win. And now they're going to say, oh, Russia's committing war crimes. They're going to be playing the victim, right? So, yeah. How did the debate? It went well. Went well. What up, Jackson? It went well. But we got to get right in the news, guys. We got a lot to cover. A whole lot to cover. Damn. We have a lot of breaking news, and let's try to address the most of the allegations. So, like, there is a lot we missed. Okay, there's a whole lot. Russian soldiers are basically in Mariupol. Taking of Mariupol is imminent. People who are accused of looting are being paraded through Kiev. There's a lot of criminal activity going on. It's a big thing. Oh, nice, Jackson. A lot of criminal activities going on. A lot of people don't understand this is that the whole country doesn't just suddenly unite against the enemy. There's still internal business as usual, crime, gangs, and all that stuff. So we're actually going to talk about this, which is going to be a big theme for today. And just to change the theme, Ukrainian committing war crimes. And you're going to think, this is a form of propaganda, and this is kind of like a biased thing I'm saying, and well, let's hear it straight out of the horse's mouth as far as the war crimes. For now, there will be no more captured Russian artillerymen, no mercy, no please do not kill, I surrender will not pass. Each calculation, no matter, commander, driver, gunner, loader, will be slaughtered like pigs. Piss in your pants, we've already come for you. This is totally a sign that they're winning, and this is what confidence sounds like, right? Well, this is actually an official government organ admitting that they intend on engaging in war crimes, right? And again, if Russia can't retaliate because Russia's the big one and Ukraine's the small one, and people are going to inevitably sympathize more with Ukraine in the West because they have a skewed view of what's going on. Now, I want to remind people, because a lot of people don't know this actually, it's actually like a really common thing people get wrong when it comes to this whole conflict. Russia is not even using 10% of its total capabilities in Ukraine. I'm not even sure if they're using all of the army that they've amassed at the border yet for deployment, right? Russia's using a very, very, very small part of its military capability in Ukraine. There has been no sign and no intention that it's deploying reinforcements or deploying more of its weapons. They specifically carved out a part of its military for this task, and that specific part is going to finish the job. This is not a full-scale war by any metric, by any standard, and by any means. It's not a full-scale war. Trying to find the Twitter account that originally tweeted this. It was actually a tweet. It was a tweet that I think I can find here. Right here. Hold on. Give me a second. They did delete it, and read and change it, but let me see. Okay, so here was the original one. So the original one was right here. Right here. It's been deleted. The tweet has been deleted. It was from the Kiev Independent. They reported on it. The Kiev Independent is the one who reported on it. And I'll show you the screenshot of what they said. Kiev Independent War Crimes. They deleted it. It's on Facebook. Okay, here it is. This is the Facebook post. Okay, yeah, this is the Facebook post, and it has a check mark. So here's the Facebook post, and this is an official Ukrainian account for the Ukrainian government, and it says this right here. Greetings to the Russian artillery. From now on, there will be no more captured, no mercy. Every calculation, no matter, be slaughtered like pigs. There you go. Kyle Kulinski, what is he saying? Yeah, this is how I first saw it too. Kyle Kulinski posted it. The Kiev Independent made this tweet and they deleted it. The shelling has been ramped up recently in Kharkiv, especially. I'm not sure if shelling has begun in Kyiv. You guys remember I woke up I didn't even see what happened in Ukraine. I think Lavrov. This is an interview with Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. So we have this.
I'm probably getting ahead of myself. But NATO is even dragging neutral nations into its schemes like EU member states and Switzerland. The mobility program forces Austria, Sweden and Finland to provide their transport capabilities to NATO to move its armed forces. This NATO-centric approach is becoming omnipresent, and the EU meekly agrees to be an obedient appendix of the alliance.
Check fact-checking Discord for Kiev explosions. Okay, apparently there's explosions in... we keep hearing about explosions in Kiev. What do you mean? 4 explosions in Kiev, repeatedly, caliber missiles. An anonymous Russian telegram is announced this a few hours ago. Seems to be targeted... Yeah, this is nothing new. This is nothing new, okay? I don't know if it's like... It's not like Kharkiv right now or yet, right? Where... it's basically not under siege yet, right? And I'm sure that's going to change in good time. We have some more fake news. Scroll down, it's new. Scroll down what? Check the... I know it's new. Okay, we have... what the fuck? We have some more fake news that got exposed. So this is supposedly a captured Russian tank. It's actually not. The video's from 2019, and this was a Ukrainian tank. Nothing is captured. This is just the Ukrainian army on a Ukrainian tank. So that's what's going on with that whole thing. Yeah, it's an example of the rampant disinformation and fake news that's been going around and which has been making the rounds. I have seen pro-Russian fake news, but these accounts have called it out, right? So this account seems pretty reliable. Like the one with the Austrian street performance where they were like saying, oh, look, Ukraine's pretending these are Russian bodies, but the guy awoke. When it was just an Austrian street performance, it had nothing to do with Ukraine. TV tower in Kharkiv got blown up. So Ukrainian media is saying there's huge resistance in Kherson. And apparently this is it. I guess that's the resistance? I don't know. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's more. Spain. Yeah, Germany has shipped a bunch of weapons to Ukraine recently. I did hear about that. Graffiti at the Canadian Embassy in Beijing. Fuck NATO. They painted Z. Or they taped Z on and they said fuck NATO. This is the Canadian Embassy in Beijing. Yeah, I know they have Kherson. BBC caught lying, claiming Russia bombed a university. Failed to mention it was a military academy. I'm just making sure there's no TOS in this photo. Okay. BBC lying, claiming a university was hit. It's the Air Force run by the Ministry of Defense. Office of Security Service was the target. See it for yourself. So this is the Kharkiv University of Air Force, Office of Security Service of Ukraine in the Kharkiv region. So they're saying Russia targeted a university, and this actually just turned out to be an Air Force academy. Is this the university everyone was reporting on that the Russians were hitting? Let's see. That they're attacking schools. Was this the example of that, or is there more? So have churches been targeted? I heard that. That's something I heard. Where are the churches that have been attacked by Russia? During the first 6 months of the war in Donbass, 62 Orthodox churches were damaged or destroyed in Donetsk. Some were deliberately targeted. But there's news of Russia targeting churches or something, right? So what is the veracity of that? I'm seeing this guy named Jim say that there's churches being targeted. Let's see. Ukraine church. Here. There's this guy. He's saying. So this is a guy on the ground.
Morning.
And he's interviewing someone. He's saying, "I'm seeing dead children, seeing hospitals being bombed. I'm seeing churches being bombed." This is a volunteer Ukrainian medic. Is this the evidence of that? Do we have evidence?
Chance to speak with Tata Marharyan. She moved from her small town in Ukraine's Donbass region in the east.
If there's evidence, I'll report it and we'll investigate it, right? But someone's got to link something in the Discord. Nothing TOS, of course, but just link the evidence.
East to the capital Kyiv in 2015 to study international law, but now she is serving with a volunteer medical.
Ron, we have this. This is being linked. So this footage of like a calamity, this is in New Zealand. It has nothing to do with Ukraine. So that was debunked.
Medical battalion that's been responding to the loss of life in.
Let's go to the live UA map. They usually report on like all the attacks. We're looking at attacks in Izium. How can you say Putin is good? By saying it. Putin is good. That's how I do it. I'm looking for news about churches. Okay, apparently a cathedral was damaged in Kharkiv, according to live UA map. The Assumption Cathedral in Kharkiv was damaged by the shelling. People were hiding there at the time, but unfortunately no one was injured. I don't know, was this deliberate? Was it a deliberate attack on a cathedral? Not sure. Not so sure about that. I'm on the front page of Destiny's Reddit. Can these people fuck off? I don't want anything to do with them. Oh. Russian cats banned from competition. Lol. Yeah, I heard about the cat thing. Sanctions on cats. This was reported by CGTN. Russian-owned cats have been banned from international competition following the invasion of Ukraine. The has also ruled that no Russian-bred cat can also be imported and registered. You know what? I think this whole thing should be banned. Why do we have a federation of cats internationally? I think that should be fucking banned. Imagine how fucking snobby and pretentious you have to be to fucking care this much about cats. Honestly, good riddance. Good riddance. Since when are cats this fucking important? Oh, there's an international competition of breeding cats? Look, we tolerate them, but they're just supposed to kind of be in the background, and we don't really, like, acknowledge them that much. There's a whole international federation. Well, look. Unlike the OSCE, I hope Ukraine is following the rules of this international body. Because it clearly had a hard time doing so with the OSCE and, you know, the Minsk agreements and stuff. But anyway, apparently a cathedral was damaged. Why are people saying that means Russia's bombing churches? I don't think that's true. Looking for more info. Apparently a Bangladesh flagged ship was hit by a Russian missile. A lot of misinformation is making the rounds of unconfirmed fucking shit. They're saying it's not even confirmed. They're already fucking pointing fingers. This is day 7 of the combat operations. 1/4 of Ukraine's land area. Several major pockets are developing or complete. So this is day 7. I think it's going pretty smoothly for the Russians. A lot of people were saying, oh, Russia's having such a hard time because they thought it was just what they thought was chaos was part of a methodical, very strategically calculated operation of bobbing and weaving. You know, like when you encounter resistance, you go back, you encircle. It's a very, very specific maneuver they were conducting, right? Apparently, this is 1/4 of Ukraine's land area. And this is also the map of Skyrim. Sorry. Let's continue. Russian store in Germany. So this is an example of the rampant Russophobia fanaticism you're seeing in Germany. It's extremely dangerous. Pretty fucking disturbing, right? This was a Russian store in Germany, supposedly.
Вся краска разлита. Morgen. Ja, ich habe das hier.
Ihre Kolleginnen sind auch schon in Hamburg.
Ja, ich weiß. Oh Gott. Was soll
Pretty disturbing. Pretty fucking disturbing. So much cope in the stream. What exactly are we coping about? Go ahead, point it out. Point out what we're coping about. Go ahead. Make an actual fucking argument. Actually say something based in something. What are we coping about exactly? U.S. believes Ukrainian troops are targeting Russia's 40-mile convoy of tanks and artillery that is stalled miles of Kiev. I'm sure it's stalled because they ran out of food. They ran out of granola bars.
Да ты шо? Ой-ой-ой-ой, господи, оторвало, ну. Русский. Вот это русский мир.
Smoke grenade? They said this was a grenade launcher where they fired on civilians blocking the way. They're saying Russian occupation troops attacked unarmed civilians blocking the entrance to Enerhodor with grenade launchers and machine guns. Is that true?
Sure.
War criminals! They're saying they're war criminals. Well, that's a smoke grenade that landed next to someone and they immediately fell to the ground. The shots are warning shots. If they were not, there would be casualties. And we don't see any casualties. So that's an example of the misinformation that's going on. So here they shared a video of a smoke grenade being launched near them and then warning shots being fired, and then they were saying Russians are throwing grenades at unarmed people blocking their way and open fire to kill. This is just not supported by the evidence they gave us, and it's not supported by any evidence at all, okay? And the overwhelming majority of cases in which civilians are blocking military movements, you're seeing the tanks turning back because they don't want to deal with it. Here it seems they threw a smoke grenade and they fired warning shots and there's no casualties. This is another example of fake news. Oh, wow. Hold on. We have very interesting breaking news. Wow. Mr. Alexei Navalny. Dylan covered this and said Russia's killing them with machine guns. Okay, Dylan covered that and said Russia's killing them with machine... What a fucking liar! I thought by now he'd be like, okay, I have a debate ready, so I can't, like, lie about shit. I have to be careful about the information I'm spreading. But no, apparently Dylan literally covered this and said that the Russians were shooting them with machine guns and throwing grenades at them when this was a smoke grenade and the shots were all warning shots and none of them got fired on. That's pretty fucking crazy if you ask me. That's an insane level of fucking disinformation and lying. Okay? To be fair, Dylan's getting all of his information from Live UA Map. And Live UA Map is biased and falsely reports on things unsupported by the source that they give, right? So he just reads this and assumes it's true. Dylan has taken absolutely no precautions to actually check about the veracity of the reports he's getting from Live UA Map. He's just assuming it's true without actually knowing, right? The video is fake. I don't know if the video is fake. It's just that the video does not show people getting fired on with machine guns. It just also doesn't show a fucking grenade. It doesn't show this, right? This headline. So, what's new? He doesn't care. Well, let me tell you, if I confronted him with that fake news, he would basically say, you're a Putin shill. See, you guys gotta understand, we're dealing with an army of NPCs. Whenever we confront them with fake news, they just accuse us of being Putin shills. Well, Haas, whenever you're getting confronted with fake news, you just accuse them of being NATO shills. No, I don't. I've repeatedly challenged people to confront me with some fake news that I've reported on. And I'll correct myself, right? And I'll try to be better. And it also decreases the reliability of the sources that I'm getting mine. So I get a lot of my sources from ASB News and from RWA, which are two Twitter accounts that are reliable. They have a reliable precedent in my view. But if you can point out them lying or spreading fake news, not only will I retract what I said before, I'll change where I get my sources from, right? Or I'll rethink my willingness to report on things. Twitter reliable? Those are reliable sources. French media, woman exposes the truth. I did see that. I did see that. By the way, guys, Germany has just taken down my VOD, in case anyone cares. But yeah, Germany has just taken down my VOD. Let me find it because I retweeted on my fucking profile as well. We can watch that interview. Yeah, this is on. So French media brought on a Ukrainian woman, and they were like, "Okay, she's gonna totally shit all over Putin, and it's gonna be it's gonna suit our agenda and whatever." Let me just make sure there's no. Yeah, there actually is some TOS, I think. Starting. Okay, here. Okay, gonna be careful. Okay, we're gonna watch this.
Vous avez vécu 25 ans là-bas et je crois comprendre que vous êtes en contact avec votre famille qui vivait à Kiev et qui a fui. C'est bien ça?
Pas tout à fait, non. Elle a pas fui du tout.
Alors, racontez-nous, alors, quelle est votre situation?
Pour préciser un petit peu aussi, j'y reviens depuis 4 jours, en fait, de l'Ukraine. Bon, personne n'y croyait, ça c'est clair, dans ces événements-là. Alors, pour narrer un petit peu, parce qu'on dit un petit peu beaucoup de choses, Exode...
Let me check something. Ok.
Ceci, cela. Pour narrer un petit peu le problème qui nous concerne, c'est que le conflit dure depuis 2014, ça on le sait. Il s'agit quand même de la population ukrainienne qui est martyrisée au quotidien, 2 millions de personnes. Voilà. Que les problèmes de chauffage, c'est l'hiver, sont difficiles, le salaire moyen, voilà, vous m'entendez?
Oui, très bien.
Voilà. Pour se chauffer actuellement dans ces mois d'hiver, c'est plus de moitié que les ménages doivent consacrer à ça. Donc la vie est très très compliquée.
I was
Donc,
just
je
thinking,
vois pas qu'est-ce qu'on défend.
why should we defend this puppet president and government?
Fantoche là actuellement, que je trouve fantoche.
I'm talking about the president we have now, not the one Putin might be installing.
Vous parlez.
So you're saying right now people on the internet are saying
tout ce qu'on entend là,
Ukrainians are in a difficult
les
position.
pauvres Ukrainiens, ils y sont.
Here we go.
Avec ces gouvernements successifs, avec cette
Government
misère,
changing
avec cette
non-stop.
économie délabrée.
Elle parle de Zelensky. Oui, mais vous parlez de Zelensky, vous parlez.
She's like, are you talking about Zelensky or Putin? She's like, no, I'm talking about Zelensky. He's like, wait, hold on.
Vous parlez de qui? Vous parlez des.
De Zelensky, oui.
Oui. Donc vous, Ukrainienne, vous considérez que Zelensky, le chef d'État.
But democratically elected. You're saying that Zelensky, who was the democratically elected. Yes, indeed, it was Zelensky, who was the democratically elected. Shut the fuck up.
Dûment élu d'Ukraine est à la tête d'un gouvernement fantoche.
Fantoche, d'une chose, et puis la deuxième chose, c'est une personne pas du tout démocratique. Il y a quand même 4 chaînes oppositionnistes qui étaient fermées. Il y a des journalistes qui sont tués. On décrit ça pour la Russie, mais ça se passe aussi en Ukraine. Il y a quand même 4 journalistes qui sont tués depuis quelques années. Il y a tas de choses qui se passent qu'on ne sait pas et qu'on ne dit pas.
Okay, continuing. So Dylan Burns reported fake news. He just read this headline and said it was true. He didn't even investigate whether it was true or not. He just reported that to his audience. That tells you about the reliability of the claims. You're getting on some of these Twitch channels reporting on what's going on in Ukraine. Navalny calls on protesters world. Okay, this is what I wanted to report on. So, guys, Mr. Navalny is making a comeback. He calls on protests worldwide against Putin's war. 7 p.m. on weekdays and 2 p.m. on weekends. I'm sure people in India are going to heed the call of Navalny. Don't just say against the war, fight against the war. You can't wait a day wherever you are. Go to the main square of your city on the weekday and at 4 on the weekdays and holidays. It looks like Navalny's not as relevant as he used to because sadly, this has only gotten 8,000 likes. It actually looks like he kind of fell off a little bit. Very sad. So that's Navalny, who no one gives a shit about anywhere in Russia.
Injuries on the front lines of this.
Literally no one gives a shit about him. Nobody fucking gives a shit about Navalny. I just want to reiterate that. No one cares about him in Russia. Americans love him.
Conflict. I started.
Russians opened fire on a monument they mistaken for a Ukrainian NPC. This is interesting. So Russians are firing on they're desecrating a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It's very tragic. So this is a Russian vehicle. This is actually a monument, and they thought this was like a military vehicle, and it was literally just I'm a dumbass. Do you have an argument? Source? No source? You know what? I actually want to press this guy. Where's he at? Haas, you're a dumbass. Okay, can you demonstrate that? Can you persuade anyone that that's the case, since it's not self-evident to the majority of people here? What is your actual argument? How can you, where's the meat and potatoes? Where's the skin? Can you prove it in any kind of way? Can you make an argument in any kind of way? Or are you just going to sit there and cope and bluff like a little bitch? Do you have any type of argument at all for why that might be true? Can you explain in any kind of way whatsoever why that might be true or how that might be true? Go ahead, explain. Explain how I'm a dumbass. Go ahead. Just enlighten us. We're waiting. We're waiting. Yeah, the floor is yours, and we're waiting. Okay, he doesn't have anything, as I expected. He has absolutely fucking nothing. Just accept it, you're a clown. You're a little bitch. Your whole life is being a little bitch. You're a fucking... See, this is what he has. Everyone knows it. Do you know it? It seems like you're hiding behind everyone, but do you know it? How? Can you prove it? Can you demonstrate it? Based on what? Based on what? Because that's what they say to cope? You little bitch. You're just hiding behind what other people say? To cope, by the way? I mean, do you have anything? Do you have literally anything? No, you have nothing. You don't have anything. You don't have a fucking thing. Get the fuck out of here, you little bitch. I gave you more than... See, if you ask me, hey, Haas, why is Destiny a dumbass? I'll be like, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The whole alphabet, I could give you bullet points. Why is Dylan Burns a dumbass? A, B, C, D, E, I'll give you a whole fucking alphabet of why he's a dumbass. But whenever I ask you guys, why am I supposedly stupid, you never have anything. You have nothing. You don't have any fucking argument. You literally have nothing. Nothing. You have fucking nothing, okay? How many times has Hassan been gifted a fucking sub in this chat? I'm just curious. Like, I feel like every single day he gets gifted another sub. And guys, there's actual chatters who could have used that sub. Okay, just saying. There's literal chatters who don't have subs and want them. Check DMs. Which DMs? I have many fucking DMs. Okay. Thank you, Juster Pro. Appreciate you. Thank you, Juster Pro. Appreciate you. What the fuck? They're changing the definition of propaganda. Look, check this out. Check this out. Hold on. Look at this, guys. I actually want you to see this, okay? This is like surreal. This is fucking mind-boggling. If Putin does pull out the nukes, do you think your views change at all? Thank you, Paperwin. They don't. They literally, hypothetically, even if that was true, it changes nothing to me. It changes nothing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to tell you. At no point am I going to be against Putin. Because if he were to do that, it would be because NATO is doing the same. That's like a last resort. Right? Thank you, Reaper. Hey, dumbass, you're a dumbass. I can tell you why. Go ahead and tell me why. Go ahead, make an argument. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for your argument, and here's what we get to distinguish misinformation from propaganda. Misinfo is false information, harmful false information. Propaganda may or may not be false. That is propaganda, not misinformation, because it's hard to make a case this is harmful. Actually, am I allowed to say that? Okay. Putin nukes Michigan, though. That is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Honestly, I would be like, that's like getting hit by a meteor. I'm not even going to blame anyone. I'm going to be like, oh, okay, just another day. Some bullshit happening. What a misfortune. I mean, it suck. But what do you want? What do you think? I hate you, Putin! I'd be like, you know what? That's how shit is. That's like getting hit by a meteor, you know? I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and being ruled by a government that I didn't have time to help, you know, replace with a people's government. I'd be like, you know what, man? I don't know what to say. Why would I blame Putin? I hate, you know, I mean, that's just how shit happened, you know? Shit is what it is. That's just another day in Michigan. Okay? What? I'm just gonna say what, because literally what? Misinformation is harmful information. Propaganda. What? Why is it harmful? Why is truth harm? So the truth is harmful? As someone who studies misinformation, the past week has been a masterclass in how positive actors with a strong information operation in tech platforms can create an environment in which misinformation struggles to take hold. Are you sure about that? This is the biggest fucking lying piece of coke I've ever seen in my whole life. Holy shit. Is this a joke? Seriously. Someone tell me. Have these liberals lost their mind? Is this even real life anymore? I'm trying to be angry and I feel guilty that I'm not angry. But it's like, I've just become desensitized. I've become so numb, I can feel myself. Let me put that song on, because that's just how I feel right now, right? That's just how I feel. This is when I look at this tweet, this is what I think. This is how I feel looking at this fucking tweet. I just feel like this. All the hypocrisy, all the lies, all the fucking misinformation, all the gaslighting, and there's so much of it, it's so overwhelming that this is how I feel. This is how I feel. There's been so much of it, and this tweet is so shocking. Like, I don't even... What is life? What is life anymore? What is life anymore? Okay? What? Is this our reality? Should we just adjust to this?
Western liberalism.
Pissed about it. I am fucking pissed about it because now we have a fucking case where the liberals have finally learned how to control fake news and astroturf shit, and they're like, oh my god, everyone's now on my side, and that must mean we're combating misinformation. It's fucking goddamn Orwellian. It's fucking Orwellian. That's what it is. It's literally 1984. Finally, we have all these Reddit is behind. The whole internet is agreeing to lie for my liberal agenda. And that means we finally combated misinformation. Fuck you. These people are enslaving us. They are literally enslaving us I don't know what to fucking tell you. We're losing our humanity. These people want to control us. Misinformation is everything that harms institutions. We are literally, they have us by the fucking collar. They're trying to fucking total control, total domination of the human spirit. And they have us by the fucking collar and they're injecting filth in our fucking veins. And nobody fucking cares! Nobody fucking cares that these people rule us! These liberals! These social engineers and academics. That's not very politically correct of you. That's misinformation. You're misinformation. Holy fuck, this is hell. This is literally hell. I very rarely do I turn to God, but sometimes I'm just like, Ya Allah, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? Show me a way. Show me a way. We all banded together and supported Zelensky. First, we have to acknowledge the role of fortune. I'm wary of lionizing leaders, but Zelensky certainly is a man made for the moment. His personal bravery and outstanding communication skills have made it... She talked about misinformation, y'all. She's talking about a narrative that was based on fake news. All the fucking footage of him in military gear is from April 2021. It's not even from recently. It's literal misinformation. So what is she actually saying here? When she was confronted with its misinformation, she's like, oh, misinformation is when it's harmful. That's just propaganda. So what does this mean anymore? Oh, you're literally ad verbatim saying the agenda of the liberal globalists has triumphed on a mass scale. That's what she's saying. Translation. The agenda of liberal globalists for the first time has triumphed on a mass scale. And she is proud. It's literally that fucking simple. $40K likes. One neat... This is like one of those Tumblr... Fuck this stupid fucking bullshit. One neat trick for making an information space hostile to misinformation. Flood the zone! The US government deserves credit for doing this. She's literally admitting this is a government astroturfed operation. Not leaving an information vacuum for your opponent to fill makes the job much, much harder. We are living in a worse nightmare than can have ever been imagined. This is hell. We must pray, we must endure, but this is hell. This is a fucking nightmare, and we are on the cusp of the end of humanity. Liberal social engineers applauding government astroturfing consciously. How do we break out of this? How do we break out of this? How do we break out of this? How do we break out of this trap? Click here to see the Ghost of Kiev, that badass lady, the heroes of Snake Island. These are at minimum factually questionable, but they are conveying a sense of the Ukrainian people that is sticking. Even after they're debunked, the feeling remains. So where is the feeling based in? Because it's not in factual reality. Holy fuck, we are living in a fucking fake artificial world of psychosis and copium. Holy fuck. This is fascism. She belongs in a mental asylum. What do you mean the feeling remains? So what's the feeling based in? Even after it's debunked, truth doesn't fucking matter. But you know why I'm mad, guys? You want to know why I'm fucking mad and I'm losing my shit and I'm just so fucking outraged? Because these are the same people who for years have been telling us about the facts are important. There's a lot of misinformation. Fact checked, fake news, Snopes, fact check, Trump's doing fake news. Fact-checking COVID claims, fact-checking claims about the vaccine. And they've been telling us this, and now suddenly they're going to be like this postmodern bullshit. Well, the truth does not matter. What matters is the feeling. Because if you think about it, shut the fuck up, dude. You're going to play this fucking game now? Why didn't you fucking play it when Trump was elected then? Should have played it another time. It's fucking Plato's cave. Jesus. You know, I have to admit it, guys. Richard Spencer told the truth about what this represents, which is it's a revival of fascism. You know, this is a revival of fascism. What he was talking about. I mean, yeah, she's one step away from saying, we must assume our superior Aryan destiny. Because they're not even pretending to be neutral anymore, right? We're like one step away from that. We're one step away from her just saying, well, we don't represent universal truth and universal humanity. But it's like, that's the thing with fascism. It's like, on the one hand, they say, oh, we just represent our own particular interests. And then on the other hand, they lay claim to universality. Room temperature IQ in this chat. God damn. Okay, Fozzie, we have another challenger. Fozzie, I'm giving you 15 seconds to commit to defending that statement and proving that you can back this up with any kind of substance, this claim with some substance. So do you have any substance to back this up? 15 seconds. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have nothing. You have nothing. You're a fucking coward. Yeah, busted. Hey, little bitch. Why don't you get on my fucking chat? Go watch Dylan Burns, and he can give you your cope. Dylan Burns gonna give you fifis. You can have your feelings confirmed, just like Laura Edelson tells us. What the matter? See, here, I give him the cold, hard truth. I'm gonna give him the cold, hard facts and the cold, hard truth. I'm gonna give you a tough fucking pill to swallow in this fucking chat. But you go watch Dylan Burns so you can have your feelings. This woman is directly a follower of Hitler. Because think about it. That's what Hitler said. The facts don't matter. It's the big lie. What matters is the... I'll give an explanation too. For Hitler, it's not important what the truth is. The big lie is okay because the feeling remains. All that matters is the feeling. There you go. This is Goebbels, Joseph Goebbels, who didn't give a fuck about the truth. Joseph Goebbels. By the way, if you ever wondered why misinformation can be so effective and why debunking often doesn't change beliefs, this is why. If you want to believe the story of the misinfo supports, even after speaking claim, the overall impression sticks. Job's done. So why do you care about misinformation? What does it mean to debunk anything? There's no more truth then. It's just a partisan war, right? So stop pretending you represent universal truth because you fucking don't. You don't. Tech platforms, they deserve credit. She's literally saying, I just support Ukraine. This isn't about truth. It's just about the right side, right? It's just about the right side. Tech platforms, they're not beefing it. They deserve credit for blocking RT and Sputnik in Europe, but not blocking long-term spreaders of misinformation globally when the government that controls them is actually trying to lie about their war atrocities as cats versus dogs. What? Who's lying about anything? Prove. You said she can't prove who's lying or who's not lying because the facts don't even matter anymore, right? Cats versus dogs? What does this have to do with anything? What can we learn from all this? Flood the zone with accurate info. Humanize your side. Cats can be... She's literally giving... I love how this woman is openly giving a masterclass in Goebbels. How do I fucking propaganda techniques, admitting the truth doesn't matter whatsoever, and making no pretense to neutrality or lack of bias at all. This is how our institutionalized open society is going full, becoming Nazified. Becoming Nazified, right? The open society is militarizing. The open society is weaponizing, right? They're no longer saying, oh, we're just neutral. No, now it's the drums of war. Info war against the other side. Full war. Alex Jones says we're under attack by these people, and he was right. And they're admitting it. They're admitting they're waging information war against the masses. They're admitting they're waging information war against the masses, and it's not about truth anymore. This is fucking unprecedented. None of this matters without ground truth being on your side. You have zero fucking facts. The information doesn't matter if the kinetic war is lost, and they haven't lost yet. There is no evidence to support any of this. None. And when we point this out, you say, oh, but the truth doesn't matter. Only feelings. Fuck your feelings. Will Twitter ban me if I say fuck your feelings? So, how can you establish any ground truth at all? Go ahead. I challenge you. I genuinely hate this woman. I hate her. I think legally, these type of tweets should land you in prison. I think we should have laws that say you should go to prison for making that tweet. For 50 years. 50 years of prison. This is criminal behavior. This is criminal behavior. Criminal behavior. This is criminal behavior. This is criminal behavior. It's a whole mass psychosis operation for the new fascist world order. Yep. The new world order of fascist. Unfucking believable. Okay, I always used to say, guys, the whole anti-fascism stuff right now, it's being exaggerated. You know, Trump is not a fascist. You know, that guy, Richard Spencer, he's not a threat. And I don't think he's a threat, by the way. He's just an eccentric character of media. He's offensive. I understand he's offensive, but there's no neo-Nazi revival in this country, right? I kept always saying that. Now, I'm telling you guys, I'm going full... I am going full... Give me a sec. I got something. Okay, I'm going full Dimitrov here, and I'm raising the alarm. Fascism is coming. Fascism is here. Nazism is here. Fascism is here. I am waging the fucking war, the alarm. And forget about those Antifa people. We need to become. We need a real anti-fascist alliance in this country. Because fascism has reared its ugly head once again. It's come back. Fascism's back. Fascism's back. Dylan Burns is a fascist. Vosh is a fascist. The DSA, fascist. American liberals becoming fascist. The progressives, fascist. AOC, fascist. Open Society Agenda, fascist. The institutions, fascist. The Democratic Party, fascist. Fascism has come back. Fascism has come back, and the Republicans are not awakened to it. I tell Republicans about this, they're sleeping, they're not even awake. Even MAGA's not awakened to this threat. I tell the MAGA people, and they don't even know what I'm talking about. They're not awakened. They haven't been awakened. They don't even know what's coming for them. The January 6th trials, where they're going to persecute people for being domestic terrorists, that's just begun. You haven't even seen an inch of what's going on right now, right? You don't even know. Even these MAGA people are fucking naive. They have no idea what's in store for them. No idea. They have no idea. I am raising the alarm bells right now. I am raising the alarm bells right now and officially. We are approaching a revival of fascism in the West and in America. This is it. This is the moment right now. Right now is the moment. Right now is the moment of the revival of Nazism. This is it. This is what we're witnessing. This is what this conflict has finally exposed. We've seen signs of it, looking at the disgusting, absolutely depraved, rampant liberalism that's taking over on Twitch. The truth is, look, Hassan, that Hassan guy, he's just fucking naive. That Hassan guy's naive. He comes from the legacy alternative media of the Young Turks, and he's naive. He's naive. But you know what? He doesn't even know what he's doing. He doesn't even know what's in store for him. His platform's going to collapse pretty soon. You look at Hassan's community and his chat, they all hound him for not being anti-Russia enough. You ever notice that? They hound the fuck out of him. Why? Because that Hassan community, they're going to go in the direction of these new liberals, these new fascist liberals that we're seeing. You know? And the reason being, Haas, why don't you go hard on Hassan anymore? Why aren't you going hard on Hassan anymore? Because I can see that Hassan has no future. He's naive. He doesn't know about this new fascism that's coming from the fucking liberals. None of those dumbass some of those Chapo people are involved in it. They don't see what's coming. They don't see what's fucking going on. I tell the MAGA people don't fucking know about it. Some of these leftists don't know about it. Nobody fucking knows. I'm the only one raising the alarm bells. Nobody fucking knows. Thank you, Assad. Yeah, the alt-right has culminated in liberalism. What do we call this? Reddit liberalism. That's the culmination of the alt-right. You know, people were talking about that alt-right in 2016. Vosh call you a fascist? Vosh is calling me a fascist in the sense that, like, he is associating with me with all of those anti-establishment right-wing people who think independently, right? But when you talk about historical fascism, which is militarization plus Western abstract universal globalism and all this kind of shit, the British Empire, the open society, the institutionalized society, weaponizing itself while at the same time maintaining the veneer of complete metaphysical domination, we are looking at the revival of fascism. The Great Reset agenda of the Davos agenda is going to be, it's going to get its popular support through war. You think Carl Schwab is a fucking idiot? You think Davos are stupid? You think Bill Gates are stupid? You think these people are fucking stupid? They know what they're fucking doing. They're going to implement their agenda by whipping the population into a frenzy to become popular. So right under the people's noses, they're going to fucking do this. That's what they did in Germany and Italy too. Right under the noses of the population, while they're focused on hating Russia and supporting Ukraine, they're going to implement their sweeping Great Reset Davos agenda, and nobody fucking cares. Nobody fucking cares.
FLOPPA liberation.
I wish Trump was going to save us from this. I'm telling you, I wish that was true. It's not. You MAGA people, I'm not going to fucking lie to you. If Trump was our savior, if I thought there was even a 1% possibility that Trump is going to be able to resist this and fight this, I would be behind it too. But he's not. He's not fucking aware of what's going on. MAGA is not woke about this. They haven't awoken to this fucking problem. And they have severely misunderestimated the extent of the deep state liberal agenda. You've severely it's going to be vicious. Because you're going to have a combination of the alt-right's edginess and kind of like edgy viciousness plus liberalism's institutional backing and support. Now imagine that deadly combination. Imagine those things combined. Imagine this anti-human, vicious, like basement dwellers who just are sadistic scum, sadistic sadism, this fucking brutality that people used to associate with the alt-right. That's going to get... See, look, these institutions, they're going to let them loose. They're going to let them loose, these leftists. These leftists are waiting. You ever watch the movie The Purge? You ever watch that movie? These institutions, they're going to let these people wild on you, right? These liberals, these progressives. Ooh, they're going to enjoy it too. They're going to go crazy. They're going to terrorize us. We're a moment away from the black shirts. We're just a moment away from these black shirts. They're already acting like black shirts. These people with Ukrainian emojis on their Twitter handles, they're acting like black shirt thugs. Look at how they fucking they try to deplatform you, they try to ban you, they're threatening violence against us. in our conference next month, they're engaging in thug-like black shirt tactics. And that's just what it is. It's a revival of Nazism. Brown shirts. The liberal brown shirts are here. It's not just Antifa. The liberal brown shirts are here. And Russians are being attacked everywhere. In Germany, they're attacking Russian-owned shops. In the U.S. even, they're attacking Russian-owned shops. In Los Angeles and New York. And there's a remilitarization. No one talks about how fascism is about war. It's about war. And it's always been about war. And you're seeing a remilitarization of Germany. Let's not make the same mistake, guys. We've been through this before. And it's coming back. Fascism has returned. And it's uglier than the older one. It's uglier than the one before. This one has computers behind it. This one is much uglier than the one before. Much, much uglier. Much, much uglier. This is a fascism with blue hair. And it's vicious. These are vicious, sadistic scum. And do not ever get the impression these are not ruthless killers, because they are. These liberals don't value human life. They don't care. They don't give a fuck. Look at what they're saying on social media. They don't give a fuck. You want to know how many of myself and my colleagues, you want to know what these liberals say in our DMs, these progressive liberals? They threaten rape, they threaten torture, they threaten killing. It's unfucking believable the kind of shit they say. It's unfucking believable. You wouldn't believe it. These are the most vicious scum you can imagine. These people don't believe in anything. Anything goes. Anything goes. They don't care. Anything goes. This is a new fascist terrorism the globalist agenda, the Davos agenda, are going to inflict on us. Who do you say is similar today as those thinkers? That's why I'm saying this one's worse. It doesn't even have thinkers. I would say Karl Popper is going to be big. Karl Popper. It's a fucking nightmare. This is a nightmare. Should we despair? Should we despair? No. No. We're not going to despair. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. We're going to fight and we're going to resist this. We're going to fight this and we're going to resist this. We're going to take back our Communist Party and we're going to use this to build a platform, a movement of millions and millions of people, and we're going to fucking resist this. That's what I'm telling you. Are we going to roll over and just let this happen? Are we going to fucking roll over and let this happen? No! We're in the moment. This is the moment. This is the moment. This is the moment. This establishment is rotting and it's dying. And it's trying to take us all down with it. And we're not going to let it. We're not going to fucking let it. These are sick, twisted, evil fucking people. You guys don't know the evil of the CIA and our deep state. You don't know the type of evil shit they do. You don't know anything about it, do you? You don't know how they traffic children. You don't know the signals that were going from the Pentagon to Thailand for child trafficking. You don't know about all that stuff, do you? You don't. These are sick fucking people. Sick fucking people. There's no humanity, nothing. You have to understand, this is a spiritual war beyond the threshold even of consciousness. It's fucking a transcendent astral war. You will be fucking blinded with trauma if you understand the fucking battlefield this is being waged on. Of course, Ukraine's the hub of child trafficking in Europe. The Russians are resisting. The Russians are resisting. And they're pointing the way for us. The Russians are resisting. The Chinese are going to resist it. The Iranians are resisting it. The Syrians are resisting it. The Venezuelans are resisting it. All around the world, people are resisting this. The Canadian truckers are resisting it. I don't know what to tell you except this is the end times. I've been an atheist for so long. Hold on. Dylan's take. This is an evil fucking person, by the way. I want you to understand that. I want you to understand that I understand. I've always understood this, by the way, and I've always regarded this as an evil person. I'm not just saying they're a bad person. I'm not just saying they're stupid. I'm not just saying they're ill-informed. I'm not just saying they're dishonest. I'm telling you this is an evil fucking person. This person is an evil person. A sick and evil person. And a sick, very, very sick, evil person. You understand? And there's a lot like that. He said the Azov is dumb. He said that he's sending weapons to Ukraine and Azov is fine. Couple thousand Nazis can take over Ukraine. This person is government, okay? And there's a lot of darkness that comes from there. There's a lot of darkness that comes from these institutions that institutionalize people to be their agents. There's so much fucking darkness you would not fucking believe. You would not fucking believe the darkness. And the evil and just the nihilism. Even if you say it's not evil, it's nihilistic. Even if you say that Dylan guy, he's not evil, he's nihilistic. It's a nihilism. It's a total, complete nihilism. Zero consistency of anything except serving the agenda. Kayla, the proof is this. No one independently arrives at the conclusion of carrying water for the State Department's agenda. No independent creator is just going to come out of here and be like, oh yeah, I'm aligned with the interests of the State Department, and I'm just going to say whatever the mainstream establishment says. Those people command agreement through power, not through truth. Not through truth. Stand with Putin is trending. I stand with Putin. I stand with Putin. I stand with Putin. I want you to understand that there's a deep, deep nihilist ideology that underpins all of this. These people think that there's no meaning in the world, that everything's just meaningless. Everything for them is meaningless. And even their paganism is pragmatic. Even their paganism is pragmatic. They worship these gods not because they believe in them or they find meaning in these gods or that they love these gods, but because they get something from it. For some reason it works, right? That's the fucking scary part of this, guys. Look, I'm gonna fucking sound insane right now, aren't I? I'm gonna tell you what I fucking know for a fact. It works. This paganism, somehow, it works. When they worship these fucking gods and they do these occult practices, it actually works. Make of that what you fucking will. I've been an atheist for so fucking long. And the only thing that has inspired me with recognizing what God is because as an atheist, I've seen that the devil is at large. Call it whatever the fuck you want. There is a metaphysical evil that is at the root of this. And you can call it whatever the fuck you want. But when I compare it to those old books, it sounds a lot like that devil they were warning us about. Sounds a lot like that devil they were warning us about in the past. You can call it whatever the fuck you want, but it's real. That evil is real. Of course, Himmler had an obsession with paganism. The revival of paganism is not a coincidence. It's not. It's absolutely not.
Based.
Thank you, Stimberstone. Appreciate you. I'm just here to warn you guys. This is going to take a lot of willpower and resistance on your part in the coming months. It's going to take a lot of willpower and a lot of resistance, but the misinformation and lying is so fucking rampant that it drives me crazy. And I've always known about this. When I see in real time how they lie, how they distort, how they misinform, it's so much energy and effort to have to sound the alarm bells. And sometimes it feels like it's vain. It feels like it's fucking vain. They're lying about Ukraine. They've been lying about Ukraine. They're lying about all these events. They're misreporting all of it, bold-faced. And they don't fucking care. They don't fucking care.
By asking her what she's seeing right now on the streets of the capital.
What am I seeing? I'm seeing dead children.
You know, this media shit was just supposed to be a layer on top of our lives, our ordinary lives. This has penetrated our soul. It is all-encompassing mental control, all-encompassing mental domination. They replaced religion with Marvel. They replaced the Bible with Disney. It's all-encompassing, total spiritual domination and control of the human mind. And there's no room whatsoever for any type of real faith in anything real.
I'm seeing hospitals being bombed. I'm seeing churches being bombed. It's difficult. I don't know what to tell you. What am I seeing? I'm seeing my people die. I'm seeing all sorts of horrible things.
Now, since we have not seen evidence, I just want to look. I want you guys to read the body language when she talks, right? We're just speculating. Maybe she's right, maybe she's not. But let's look at this body language.
What am I seeing? I'm seeing dead children. I'm seeing hospitals being bombed.
Does this look like someone who's telling the truth? Is this what it looks like when someone's being genuine and authentic and telling the truth?
Churches being bombed. It's difficult. I don't know what to tell you. What am I seeing? I'm seeing my people die. I'm seeing.
Does this sound like truth? I don't know. If you had to, since we don't have the evidence and we're just going off her word, if you were playing that game, what was that game? LA Noire, and you have to read to see if the suspect is lying or not. You're an FBI agent interrogating a criminal, and you're interrogating them. What button are you pressing? Are you pressing A for believe, or are you pressing X to doubt?
All sorts of horrible things. I studied crimes against humanity at the university. I studied international humanitarian law. I never thought I would see.
Let me do a little research, actually. Tata. Very interesting. Tata Marharian is the project manager of the Kiev School of Economics. Let's see. She was also the deputy national administrator of the International Law Students Association. She was a corporate lawyer for Saad Legal. She was a trainee for DLA Piper. And she conducted in-depth analysis of Ukrainian and EU legislation, draft laws, case laws in Ukrainian courts. She was an intern for the Constitutional Court of Ukraine. She was a deputy officer for the Department of Foreign Affairs for the Liberal Democratic League of Ukraine. She was a volunteer for the Ukrainian Legion. Sounds all I did was Google her name, by the way. All I literally did was Google her name. That's all I did.
Infra 8 Tanky.
That's all I did. Thank you, Autobarn. That's all I fucking did is just Google her name. That's all I had to do.
This with my own eyes in my peaceful country. So yeah.
I'm old,
This is
but
what
I
I'm
can't
seeing.
stay away from the Great Khan. Has the invincible.
Thank you, Red Precarian. Appreciate you.
It's horrible. It's horrible to imagine. We've seen the images too. Do you feel like you can make a difference?
Look at the rabid hatred in his eyes. The aggression. It's just that aggression. It's that aggression they have. It's that aggression. These are aggressive people, by the way. These are very, very aggressive people. Very, very aggressive, right?
Oh yeah,
Look at his eyes.
I do feel so.
Look how he stares.
I've never been
Look, this person has an agenda.
more happy to be Ukrainian. I've never been more lucky to be born in this country. We all are uniting. We all are consolidating. And one person maybe is powerless to make a difference, but trust me, we're not one. There are a lot of people fighting.
How does it feel to be fucking stupid? Based on what? Based on fucking what? How does it feel to be fucking stupid enough to listen to this shit and believe it? You fucking dumbass. Get out of my fucking chat.
Here, back to back. So yeah, we do have hope.
I do want to ask you, we have seen, and I've been told by my own sources in the U.S. that Russia is not just accidentally hitting civilians, but perhaps intentionally. And I wonder if you see that based on the kinds of people.
Based on what? Why would Russia do that? Why? This is just outright lying. Why would Russia intentionally target civilians? Why? For what? What do they gain from that? What the fuck do they gain from that? It doesn't even make sense. There's no evidence for it. He said there's no evidence for it. He just said perhaps. And are you seeing it? He's asking this government agent if she sees it.
You're treating.
It's not accidental whatsoever. This is just so ridiculous. My parents, my family.
What do you mean it's not accidental?
Was
Why wouldn't it be fucking accidental? What's the fucking reason? Oh, she's not lying, guys. She's telling the truth. I'm just telling you right now she's lying, by the way. I'm telling you right now she's lying. That's a fucking lie. I stand with Putin. Not only bad. Okay, here we have Reddit. We have Reddit incarnate. Vladimir Putin is not only bad. Here we have Reddit. Hold on. We have Reddit incarnate. Vladimir Putin is not only bad, but also wrong. Metaphysical evil is LARP. People are just dumb fucks in every century. Ascribing it to spiritual causes is LARP and lack of character. Strong men can oppose through reason. Weak men can only oppose through appeals to God or feelings. I will join the call to defend this. I will take any DM to defend it. Get in my fucking VC. This is Reddit. This is the incarnation of Reddit. This is the incarnation of Reddit. This is the incarnation of the nihilistic Reddit paganism I was talking about. So go ahead and get in my fucking VC. This is the fucking nihilistic paganism I was talking about. It's just LARP, man. I made an r/don't care thread where I'm just talking r/LSD, r/psychedelics. I go on r/psychedelics. And come on, man. r/psychedelics. Nothing matters. Everything's meaningless. Nothing matters. r/psychedelics. r/nihilist. r/atheism. Fucking Reddit. Go ahead. I want to talk about reason. Let's talk about reason.
Despite loathing its role and declaring that Europe needs strategic autonomy.
That's just like your opinion, man. They fucking got our society addicted to pot, high off pot, so they fucking forget about their own soul. That's just like your opinion, man. And that's fucking Satan. That's the fucking devil talking, by the way. And you think, oh, it doesn't matter, right? They don't realize how evil it is. They don't realize that they're knee-deep in evil. They actually think, oh, it don't matter, man. It's just like your opinion. And they don't fucking know it's evil. They don't fucking know it's evil. That's the crazy shit. They don't fucking know it's evil. That little part of your brain, that little worm of doubt where you care, that's what makes us human. And when you're a fucking pothead and you're just a Redditor, who cares, man? You're not reaching out for it and defining yourself as a fucking human being. You're letting your humanity go. And you're submitting yourself to the devil.
Then Ukraine, under President Yanukovych, simply decided to take a short pause before signing the association agreement with the EU, because it contradicted the already existing free trade area agreement in the Commonwealth of Independent States. And when that happened, the maiden protests were orchestrated from Brussels. They did it because Yanukovych realized that it was necessary to harmonize trade with Russia, the Commonwealth of Independent States in Europe. That was the only reason. The protests turned into a violent conflict in February 2014. Yanukovych was willing to stop this, and he signed the agreement on the settlement of the political crisis in Ukraine, promising that he would organize an early election, which he would not have won. Poland, France and Germany were the guarantors of that agreement. After the opposition staged a coup and trampled over these agreements, the guarantors just stayed silent, didn't say anything, or even welcomed these putschists taking power.
Yeah, Russia restricting Western news is hiding the truth. But the West restricting Russian media is banning propaganda and misinformation. Yeah, why can't they just argue and debunk the so-called lies? This is her group. She's CIA. I know she's fucking CIA. Oh man, it's so fucking... It's so exhausting, you know? It's so exhausting.
President Zelensky came to power under the banner of peace, promising to save the lives of both Ukrainians and Russians. At the end of the day, however, he succumbed to the same anti-Russian sentiment as the Poroshenko.
I don't need anything to prove this guy's an idiot. Just watch his stream for 2 minutes. Then you're a bluffer. You have fucking nothing. You're fucking bluffing. You're coping. Get the fuck out of my chat. Fucking bluffing and coping. I don't need anything to prove it. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking Reddit idiot. Nobody fucking needs you, motherfucker. And I'm rising pretty fucking rapidly, by the way. So people are rapidly gonna be a problem for you. This phenomena is gonna be a problem in your life. CPUSA 2036, it's gonna be a problem in your fucking life. Just like how Trump was a problem in your fucking life. And you're gonna bitch about it on your fucking Reddit, just like you bitch about Putin, right?
Government before him. He referred to the people of the Donbass as animals, just like Prime Minister Yatsenyuk under Poroshenko, who called them non-humans. We saw him stand idly by as a bloody war continued against his own people. He essentially lied to everyone when he promised to bring back order. When he signed
that one guy's in VC. Where? No one's in fucking VC. Who's in VC? Who's in VC? Nobody's in VC. What are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? Who's in VC?
For 8 years, we've been appealing to the Colombians. We saw him.
He's in small chat? No, he's not. Okay, here he is. What? Raise your fucking volume.
My input volume is currently maxed. So if you don't hear me,
all right. So you're a Satanist nihilist redditor, right?
I barely use Reddit. I don't think I'm a nihilist, and I certainly don't worship Satan.
Oh, you do use Reddit. You do use Reddit.
I look at funny cat pictures sometimes. Reddit is great.
You sound like a Rick and Morty watcher.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's talk about pickles if you want to talk about pickles.
And you're a pothead?
No, I've never actually gotten high in my life off of marijuana.
But you watch Rick and Morty.
I have seen enough Rick and Morty memes to know that pickles are important.
Okay. So, according to you, right, we should just use reason, right?
I'm a big fan of reason, I will say.
Okay, what is reason?
What is reason? Well, that's something that's puzzled philosophers for millions, well, thousands of years that we have recorded.
Okay. How can reason ground itself in reason?
That's a nonsensical statement. I mean, how can
so where does
fact
reason
ground
come
itself
from?
in fact?
So where does reason come from?
Reason comes from a collective understanding of large groups of people. I don't think there's any objective reality. We arrive at it through consensus.
Yeah, that's paganism, right? There's multiple different objective reality. There's not one objective reality. Multiple realities
think that has
based on.
anything to do with paganism.
Yeah, it's pagan. Don't worry, because you don't know the occult stuff behind these views you have, but I do. So yeah, that's paganism. So that's okay. So.
Well, whether or not pagans agree with me has nothing to do
That's
with whether
metaphysical
my
paganism. It is it is literally metaphysical paganism. Okay. Anyway,
no, it's not.
Yes, it is. It literally is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Why not?
No, it's not. Why not?
Why isn't it paganism?
Why isn't what paganism?
Why isn't the view that there are multiple different truths and there's not one objective truth? Why isn't that pagan?
Simply because I believe in God. I believe in the Christian God. I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian?
I'm a Christian. I'm a confirmed Roman Catholic.
So how can you make appeals to reason, pure reason?
I can't make appeals to pure reason, but I can make appeals to reason. Pure reason is the domain of God, which we will never know.
Okay, so according to you, you're a Christian?
I'm a Roman Catholic.
And there's no metaphysical evil?
There is metaphysical evil, but we can never know it.
We can never know metaphysical evil. We can never
because we
can never smell the stench of Satan and the stench of sulfur from our own heart and from our own intuition.
We can make assumptions, but we are but humans. We know not.
We don't have intuitions about what evil is from our gut.
Oh, we absolutely can have intuitions, but that has nothing to do with what is true evil. That is the domain of God.
What do you mean true evil? You mean fucking airtight scientific certainty?
No, I mean metaphysical evil, the domain of God.
So you're calling God so you're a Luciferian?
No, I believe that
you're like a Gnostic heretic who's basically saying, okay, you're basically saying what you're basically saying is
metaphysical good.
You're basically saying it turns out the God you worship is actually Lucifer.
God is absolute good, and there is absolute evil, but only God can define that. We as humans know but a piece of the divine picture.
What's your point? So we can't have any relation.
What's my point?
We can't have any sense or intuition or knowledge of evil.
I think that we can make assumptions.
So when the Pentagon is trafficking children in Thailand, the gut feeling we have that comes from a real evil, yeah, we can't know that because that could just be our subjective feeling, right?
We can have very strong feelings that trafficking children is wrong, but
it's not because it's metaphysically evil.
Do you admit that God has a plan for us?
Yeah.
So, how can you say then that the plan that God has does not include this? How do you know?
You're saying God's plan includes the Pentagon trafficking children in Thailand?
God's plan involves evil, yes.
Yeah, I think you're a pagan. I don't know if I don't know if you're making a bad case for Catholicism in front of me because this is literal paganism.
This is the problem of
This is literal paganism. This is literal paganism. You're literally trying to say no, what you're trying to say is that what we experience as evil isn't actually evil. It's just a result of our human finitude and it's actually God's plan. Yeah, that's paganism. Pagans ascribed. Yeah, this is what pagans did.
Eve ate the apple. Was that paganism? Or was that not God's plan?
What is Eve eating the apple was disobeying God, but that's not on the level of trafficking children in Thailand.
It is the initial evil, Haz. It is the beginning. It is the initial evil. Eve eating the apple is it's
the beginning of human evil, yes.
And it was God's plan.
That's a fucking misinterpretation.
God knew.
This is Gnostic paganism.
God knew. It is not.
This is Gnostic paganism.
It is
Just like
written in the Bible that God knows everything and that Eve ate the apple.
yeah,
therefore
but guess
God
what?
knew
Yeah,
that
yeah,
Eve-
yeah. But guess what?
It is known.
The whole fucking point is that
It is known.
that doesn't mean
you are
God.
denying the word of God, Haas. You are denying it. You are
No,
pagan.
you're fucking taking it out of context. Metaphysical.
No, I am reading it in the context of the Bible. Would you like the exact
Prove
verses,
it. Prove it.
Haas?
Prove it.
Would you like me to read Genesis to you on stream?
We know that God is all-knowing, but that doesn't fucking prove that it's God's plan to have children being
No,
trafficked in
absolutely.
Thailand.
God is the most powerful being in the universe, and He knows all.
Because you're taking away all morality from it. So why is it not part of God's plan for us to extinguish and eliminate that evil?
Morality and God's plan are two different things, Haas. They're two different things.
What the fuck are you talking about? They're not. How could they be two different things?
Simple things.
How could our will not be part of God's plan? How could our will not be part of God's plan?
It is. Our
Okay.
will is part
So
of
what is morality? What is morality?
Morality is a construction by humans.
No, it's fucking not. You're not a Catholic. You're a fraud. You're a fucking Redditor.
There are commandments by God, and those are laws.
You're saying morality comes from humans? No, it fucking doesn't. It comes from God. Every Christian knows it comes from God.
It absolutely does. There are laws.
How the fuck are you a
God.
Catholic Christian?
There are laws from God which we must
You're a liar. You're a fraud.
And that's nothing to do with morality.
Yes, it fucking does. Morality is literally from God.
Nothing to do with morality. You should know this. The law of God is simply the law of God, and the morality.
Our sense of right and wrong comes from God.
No, our sense of right and
then
wrong.
Then you're not a
comes from
Christian. It's literally self-evident. You're not a
comes from
Christian.
our fallen human nature, Haas. We are fallen. Our
sense of right and wrong comes from our fallen human nature.
Yes, this is the word of God. We are fallen.
You are a pagan. You're a fucking
pagan.
pagan.
We are fallen. There's nothing pagan about
this. We are fallen, we are fallen, and our sense of wrong is what's reminding us of our fallenness. And our sense of right is bringing us back on the path to God.
No, you're extrapolating. You're extrapolating. We are simply fallen, and therefore there is no way to know.
So what is the object of morality? Is the object of morality divine in nature or human?
You get a word in edgewise. You're just talking over me because you're angry, and I get that. Sinners are often angry. Okay, but morality is a human construction.
You're a Joe Biden Catholic. You're a Joe Biden Catholic.
I don't have a thing to do with Joe Biden.
You're a Joe Biden Catholic.
I didn't even vote for him.
But that's what you are. You're a Reddit fake Catholic.
Who
paganism.
What does Joe Biden have to do with Catholicism? Is Joe Biden even Catholic?
Because you're literally sitting here. You're sitting here as a so-called Catholic Christian telling me that morality is not divine in origin.
It is not. There is the divine law, and there is the morality that humans have constructed based on the divine law.
No, you're saying human intuition of right and wrong is based not from God. It's just based on our fallen nature as humans.
It is based in humanity. Yes, human thought.
You said our fallen nature.
Yes,
and it's completely. The distinction you're making between human and God, where there's man-made.
You don't give me enough time to make the full point. You don't.
Make your full point.
You cut in whenever you want. Sure. I'll make my full point. My full point is this. There are laws from God, and there is human interpretation of those laws, which is morality. And those two things must be separate.
That's ethics.
There are times when the human conception of morality aligns with God's laws.
And that's fucking ethics.
And there are times
that's ethics.
When
it's not morality.
God's laws.
That's not morality. That's not morality. Morality is literally based on intuition. Ethics is based on knowledge. You fucking don't even know what you're talking about.
There's no knowledge, Haas. There's not. You can't conceive.
Knowledge is about ethics, okay? Morality is about our sense of right and wrong.
God transcends humanity. There is no knowledge to be had.
No one said knowledge. We're talking about intuitive knowledge.
You, Haas, said knowledge.
I'm talking about intuitive knowledge, not conscious knowledge.
What is the difference? I'm sorry.
The difference is there's some people on Twitch that debate about it, but most of us know that trafficking children in Thailand is wrong from our gut, not our head. We don't debate about it philosophically.
I agree that trafficking children in Thailand.
But that comes from our gut. That comes from our human gut. That doesn't.
I agree that it does come from our gut.
Okay, and you're saying that gut isn't from God, that God gave us that, but that's from our fallen human nature.
Correct, and it may align with God, but
it's just a coincidence if it does. But that's just a coincidence if it does, right?
We can't know it for sure. Maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe God intended for us to have that knowledge or that gut feeling.
You're not, the reason you're not a Christian is because you're telling me that morality is all man-made and not divine.
No, this is absolutely written in the Bible.
Okay, show me.
Show you the exact section where it says that man is not God. That's written throughout the Bible.
I didn't ask you where man is not God. I asked you where it says. I asked you where it says morality is not divine in origin, but only man-made.
Every verse reinforces this, Haas. Every verse reinforces.
So every verse in the Bible says morality is man-made and doesn't come from God.
The only knowledge of what is truly right and wrong can come from God, and man is incapable.
Knowledge? You're talking about conscious conceptual knowledge that comes from fucking enlightenment. I'm talking about morality.
The only thing I can talk about is
No,
God.
it's not!
That's all I know.
No, it's not, because the fucking medieval scholastics didn't talk about that. All the fucking Christian... Saint Paul didn't talk about that. All of the Christian theologians didn't talk about that before the Enlightenment. So no, that's not the only type of fucking knowledge there is.
If you want to talk about scholarly writings on the Bible, that's fine, but we must admit that those scholarly writings come from not God, but man. And so
That's not the point. That's not the point.
No, it is the point, because
That's
you
not
want to
the
make the point. You want to make the point, Haas, that these writings, these scholarly writings, are somehow connected.
No, it's not. I'm telling you the distinction between conceptual knowledge from the Enlightenment and other types of knowledge. Now, as for the question of whether morality is man-made or divine in origin, I did not fucking say the morality has its origin in these fucking... Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up when I fucking speak, motherfucker. I did not fucking say that morality has its origins in these fucking writings. I said morality comes from our gut, given to us by God. The only reason I reference these fucking scholarly writings is because I'm making the point that Christian theologians made a distinction from the Enlightenment notion of conceptual knowledge, and that's not the only type of knowledge you can fucking talk about. You can talk about intuitive forms of knowledge, and you can talk about other forms of knowledge. These scholarly writings are immaterial as far as the type of knowledge which is intuitive knowledge that I'm fucking talking about. I'm not talking about fucking writings. I'm talking about the fucking gut feeling we get when we see something is wrong and we know it's wrong in our gut. That comes from God. If you don't think that comes from God, you are a pagan, not a fucking Christian. It's that fucking simple.
Agree that the feelings we
He's
feel
still
in our
talking. He was talking the whole time. And he was muted. No one could hear him. I didn't hear you. No one could hear you. You were muted.
I agree that the feelings we feel in our gut are given by God. However,
okay, now you're finally agreeing. Now you're finally agreeing.
You were the one, Haas, who brought in the scholars from the medieval period. I didn't talk about them.
You don't know why I brought them up. It has nothing to do with the point. Now you're agreeing that the feeling doesn't come.
Important.
So, okay, here's the question. I'm muting you. He doesn't know how to shut up. I'm muting you again. So, does our feeling come from our fallen human nature or from God? Go ahead.
It is both. Our fallen human nature comes from God. God is the progenitor.
So our morality is divine?
No.
Why not? Why no?
Our morality is not the same as God's conception of morality.
No one said that. I said our sense of right and wrong is given from God.
No.
How? How no?
This is perhaps
it's like that thing from SpongeBob. Is this your ID? Yes, it's my ID. You go through the whole thing. It's okay. So this is your ID. No, it's not my ID. What the fuck do you mean no?
I understand that religious concepts are difficult to grasp. They're heady. They're heady and they're abstract. But there's a difference here. There's a distinct difference between God prescribing our moral precepts that we have, and
there is a natural
allowing us to fall. Let me finish.
Prescriptive law. Prescriptive law is not the only source of divine morality.
No, it is.
No, it's not, because God also gives us a natural and innate type of intuitive knowledge of right and wrong.
This is the question of free will, Haas. We can engage with it. This is the question of free will. If God believes that murder is wrong, why does he give me the power to murder? The answer is because it is necessary for the redemption of my soul to choose not to sin.
Yeah, that's not the fucking point. We're talking about... No, it's not. No, it's not. Morality is not only coming from prescriptive laws, it's also innate, natural morality.
There is the Christian law from God, and there is the free will that he gives.
You're reducing divine morality to prescriptive divine law, which is unchristian and pagan. That's pagan. That means you're reifying these fucking laws as pagan deities in and of themselves. The law is not as important as the source. The source is more vital and alive than the fucking law.
The source is God. Pray.
Yes! And the object of our morality is based on divine will.
We strive to be godlike and Christ-like, absolutely.
No, we strive to be in command, in tune with the path God set out for us.
Yes, and that
okay, and that's based on our gut.
No, it is based on the path.
You know what? I don't care about this fucking pedo shit. The fucking Catholic Church is a pedo problem, and I think I know why now. They don't even have plain meat and potatoes. I just banned them out of the server. They don't even have plain meat and potatoes, right and wrong. Right and wrong, based on divine morality. He says, well, let's intellectualize. No, I don't want to fucking intellectualize it about it.
President Zelensky came to power under the banner of peace, promising to save the lives of both Ukrainians and Russians.
How is he wrong about being Christ-like? It's just not relevant. I literally tried to ask this guy, okay, morality comes from God. No, it's not just a man-made construct, like Reddit says, and it's not just subjective. And he says, well, no, I don't want to deal with it, okay? There's a pedo problem in the Catholic Church. That's all I gotta say.
At the end of the day, however,
and now I think I know why.
He succumbed to the same anti-Russian sentiment as the Poroshenko government before him. He referred to the people of the Donbass as animals, just like Prime Minister Yatsenyuk under Poroshenko, who called them non-humans.
The Dylan Burns viewer? Not surprising.
We saw him stand idly.
Remember, the devil disguises himself as religion. Remember how the devil disguises himself as religion? The devil always will disguise himself as a Christian or a Muslim or some shit like that. The devil's never gonna fucking disguise himself purely as a Satanist.
Victory to Russia!
Look at Keaton Mansfield. This is why I'm a proud fucking American. This is why I'm a proud fucking American. I'm a proud American because he can just do this shit. And we can do that. We're the last bastion of resistance. This is the last bastion of resistance in the West. If you did this in Germany, they would probably, kill you or something, you know?
Victory to Russia! Victory to Russia!
All right.
By as a bloody war continued against his own people. He essentially lied to everyone when he promised to bring back order, when he signed countless deals with Donbass representatives and then violated those agreements without batting an eye. For 8 years.
This is barbarism. Europe's becoming a barbarian continent. It's literally surreal. This is like some Al Qaeda shit. This is like ISIS. The University of Milan banned Dostoevsky. Europe banned Dostoevsky. Literal ISIS level psychosis. Oh my fucking god. This ISIS, it's literal ISIS. They banned Dostoevsky? What? What does that have to do with Putin? Yeah, Russians are bad. We're banning Russia. There's no apology. The professor who sounded the alarm on this is look. Okay, imagine this is. You know what? I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Okay, I don't know what to say. 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 But yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, this is what I gotta say. You know, this is it. This is literally it. I'm speechless. I'm just speechless. Imagine literally being in the University of Milan and the teachers and staff are getting together and students are getting together and they're saying, in response to what Russia's doing in Ukraine, we need to ban Dostoevsky. And they're like, yeah, let's ban Dostoevsky. We're gonna fettuccine, I'm gonna Alfredo, a pasta. We're gonna ban Dostoevsky. Everything Russian is bad. We're gonna ban Dostoevsky. Super Mario Brothers. Waluigi, Wario. Waluigi. No way. Did Tchaikovsky's banned from Spotify? That's a joke, dude. I don't believe that. They're just banning everything Russian. Now for record, guys, when Nazi Germany killed 30 million Russians and the Russians took Berlin, even during the whole war, Russian soldiers like Evel Dilyankov and many others and the Russian status quo in the Soviet state, they upheld the thinkers of the German nation. Hegel, Kant, Beethoven, Bach. They upheld them. Marx was a German, right? They upheld these people and celebrated them and honored them, right? And that was Germany killed 30 million. They slaughtered people. They raped their way. They slaughtered so many of Russia's people. And Russia still upheld and cherished the cultural artifacts to humanity that Germany contributed. And you're in fucking Milan, Italy, and a Russian never did a goddamn thing to you ever. Ever. And you're a university. You're the University of Milan. And you're banning Dostoevsky? And you even you even thought about banning Dostoevsky? Do people think I'm exaggerating Russophobia and anti-Russian sentiment in Europe now? And that it's getting genocidal? It's getting to the level of genocidal? They're not even doing the thing where they're like, oh, the Russian people aren't bad, it's just the government. They're saying all of Russia's bad. And all of its history and its culture and its traditions are bad. This is barbarism. This is the revival of barbarism. This is the return of barbarism. Are we like the last sane, civilized outpost in the world? You're spreading misinfo about Russian commanders leaking info to Ukraine because they hate Putin and are anti-war. It's bullshit. It's It's just all bullshit. There's so much fucking lies going on. It's madness. It's madness. The reality, let's see. So Dylan Burns shared some fake news today. We're gonna dispel it. Oh no, this is not the one. This is in, I don't know where this is. This is in Donbass.
Подбитых борта, голодные и небритые на блокпосту. Такая вот житуха, ты потерпи, братуха, мы выиграем проклятую войну. Победа за нами, в руках наших знамя, и русская слава летит над землей. Победа за нами, мы шли к ней годами, свободный Донбасс, мы навеки с тобой, с тобой. Помнишь, ребята-добровольцы пришли с восходом солнца. Спасибо, что не бросили нас в трудный час. Котел под Иловайском и бой под Первомайском. Спасибо другу, что меня от смерти спас. Но полегли герои, стальные зверобои. А вас мы, братья, будем помнить сотни лет. Такая вот работа у нашего расчета, и в силе духа наш простой секрет. Победа за нами, в руках наших знамя, и русская слава летит над землей. Победа за нами, мы шли к ней годами, свободный Донбасс, мы навеки с тобой, с тобой.
Wow, they're so evil, aren't they? These are evil Russians, right? I don't think people realize how much strong support Russia has in Latin America right now. Believe it or not, it's the same in the Middle East. And you know what's crazy is that this has cut across the Sunni-Shia divide. Because you got the Saudis, you've got the Lebanese, you've got everyone in the Middle East is just so... Yeah, the Middle East and Latin America, everyone's like really rooting Putin on. Really rooting for Russia. It's pretty crazy. FIFA's banning all domestic teams. Yeah, I know. I know. I stand with Putin. I'm gonna tweet this as well. The Indian left and right are united for Russia. The libs, yeah. East and South Asia too. The whole world's with Russia. He is not perfect. I'm not even going to say this. This is a breaking point. This is a breaking point. America and Europe are entering a new era of barbarism. And Russia has the honor of being the first to resist, making the first move in a prolonged and global war of resistance against a dying empire. I stand with Putin. I stand with Putin. Hashtag I stand with Putin. Hashtag I stand with Putin. Global politics on Russia and Ukraine. Carl Schwab. The World Economic Forum and its chairman have vowed to do their support for Ukraine, vowing to whatever to help the country against Russian aggression. In a statement on Sunday, Schwab, the author of COVID-19, The Great Reset, and WF President Borge said they are deeply condemned. Zelensky called for Western investors to become the stakeholders sex for a new Ukraine and said Ukraine is a place where miracles come true. To become an investment mecca, entirely new foundations for our economic and social systems, and a reset of capitalism in response to COVID-19.
We've been appealing to the collective conscience of the West while desperately trying to reason with Zelensky's government, which has developed all the hallmarks of an ultra-radical, neo-Nazi regime. And the West failed to stop it. Honestly, I don't even think the West was trying to stop it, because to the West, Ukraine has always been a tool to contain Russia, even before 2014.
That's true. A lot of people don't know this, but the Ukrainian government that got overthrown in Maidan, that was not... They always used to clash. Actually, not a lot of people know this. But they used to clash heavy, actually.
This entire situation has come about because the West refused to recognize that Russia has equal rights in constructing the European security architecture. This is also supported by the reaction of leading NATO countries, the United States in particular, to the initiatives put forward by President Putin last December. Back then, he talked about the need to act in good faith and honor one's agreements. More specifically, he was referring to the idea that any country, even when it chooses to join a military alliance, must never pursue any policy that would infringe on the security of any other country. That was a commitment approved and signed by the presidents and heads of government of all OSCE countries, and it is also enshrined in NATO-Russia Council documents. The West has flat out refused to comply with this principle. Then we heard President Zelensky say that if Russia continues pushing Ukraine to fulfill some of its obligations, he would consider the option of Ukraine restarting its nuclear weapons program.
So, keep in mind, these are obligations Ukraine agreed to and signed, the Minsk agreements. That's what he's talking about. Classical artists are calling for Spotify to decide between them and or Sergey. It's not real, is that?
That was a step too far. They have the capabilities in terms of technology and equipment. President Putin spoke about this, and so did our experts. But I can assure you we won't let them. It's astonishing to hear what European and especially German politicians are saying now about their duty. Take Germany. My counterpart Ms. Baerbock said, as quoted by various media outlets, that Germany simply had to supply Ukraine with weapons, considering its historical responsibility. What does that mean? Does Germany recognize it as its duty and historical responsibility to support neo-Nazis? That's a strange connection there. And Ursula von der Leyen said that today the EU and Ukraine are closer than ever. Meaning what? I guess it means that if you're a Russophobe, a fascist or a neo-Nazi, you're free to do anything you want. This is the reaction to Russia restoring justice in Ukraine, but has there been anything remotely like this when hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, Libyans and Syrians were dying at the hands of—
Nothing. Because I remember it. No, China's not against Russia. No, nothing even close to that. But I remember this. Now, I want you guys to understand, I come from a Middle Eastern family. And to me, that's human, right? I come from a Middle Eastern family, so that's human to me, right? So when I heard news of all the people dying in Iraq and being killed, I felt like that was like human to me. Like that could be me, that could be my family, that could be my relatives, that could be, that could be what I consider human, right? Destiny's tweeting bullshit about me. But the truth is, nobody gave a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck. And the only thing liberals do, they kind of make fun of George Bush a little bit, but they were joking and dancing about it. Nobody gave a fuck. Literally, no one cared. All right, what does Destiny want? Yeah, he's trying to throw me off the debate for tomorrow. What is he doing? Oh. Where does this come from? Wow. All right, anyway, Destiny shared a really funny meme. She said there's a Ukrainian sources, there's currently a Russian fighter wider than he is tall, accosting Ukrainian women, apparently trying to spread something called two-hole theory. And he's being called the Kremlin's goblin. That's so funny, dude. That's really funny. You know Destiny's my orbiter? He's basically like my little bitch. He's like my orbiter. Also, Destiny has this meme where he's like, "Oh, Haas is the guy who accosts women." Like he's like, "Oh, at the gym, Haas, you like hit on women at the gym instead." What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What are you fucking talking about? You think I fucking bother women in public or some shit, or I bother women at all? I don't. I don't. He's a fucking orbiter, and he's doing this shit because he's scared of the fucking debate tomorrow. Okay, you know what? I have to tell you guys something about Destiny. Let me just. I held back a lot. I've held back a lot for a long time, but this is what I have to say. Destiny's a fucking beta male, and he's in an open relationship, which means other men are allowed to sleep with his girlfriend. That means Destiny will literally be sitting down playing video games while his girlfriend is being with another man. He's literally on his computer playing video games, and his girlfriend is with another man, and he sees no problem with that. The reason I'm so soft on Destiny, guys, is because he is self-evidently a joke. All you literally have to say is that, and he's completely discredited. I mean, he has no stature. He has nothing. He has no stature. He has no honor. He has nothing. What could I take from Destiny that he hasn't already taken from himself? What does he have? Wait, has Destiny called me short when I'm literally, like, probably taller than him? When you actually adjust for that camera, you can see, like, I'm actually probably a little taller than him. And he called me short? How can he call me fucking short? When it's probably that I'm taller. Call me short on the podcast? Oh, yeah. Okay. Can I just, yeah, I think all I have to say is that Destiny's a 32-year-old man who plays League of Legends. Do I have to say Destiny's a 32-year-old man who plays League of Legends? Do I have to say that Destiny is a 32-year-old man who plays League of Legends while his girlfriend is with other men? And he pretends like he doesn't care. He pretends like he doesn't care. And his wife, I should correct myself, his wife. Now, he pretends he doesn't care, but you know he's hurt by it. You know he's getting hurt by it, and every man, you know, he's something inside of him is being hurt when that happens, and he represses it, pretends he doesn't care. His own wife with another man in an open relationship. Doesn't bother him. You want to know why I don't go hard on Destiny? Well, this is why. What can I say? That's not self-evident. What can I say that's not self-evident? What could I take from Destiny? That's my question. What could I actually take from him? The only thing I could take from Destiny is, look, when it comes to people like Destiny, these people tend to rely on their intellectual capabilities, right? Their intellectual capabilities. I can be a complete loser in every other aspect of my life, but as long as I'm a smart nerd, that's enough. So the only thing I could take from him is proving that he's like doesn't know shit about anything and he's a shitty debater. And he lacks basic rudimentary knowledge about a lot of things. And I've done that pretty successfully, like, over a dozen times. So, like, what else could I take from him? What else could I take from him? Thank you, Kazmul. What else could I take from him? Now, I didn't want to have to go here, but this is the cherry on top. This is really the cherry on top. Going here. You guys ever notice how Destiny acts when you mention the H word? By the H word, I'm talking about Hassan. It must be tough, considering that you nurtured Hassan as your orbiter for so long. And by the time they got into their little dispute, they were about equal size in terms of clout and Twitch numbers. Now Hassan ranks the 30th biggest streamer on Twitch. And Destiny, well, Destiny's just about 1,000 ranks behind him. Destiny was so infuriated about Hassan being so much wrong, so much more wrong and so much more dumb than he is. And Destiny being so much more correct, and yet Destiny couldn't help but pry away his eyes from those numbers that Hassan was getting, exploding in size and in growth. And he couldn't do a fucking thing about it. Destiny could not do a thing about it, and every time you hear Hassan being mentioned, you can just see Destiny kind of get a little uneasy. And you can kind of see how he's seething internally a lot about this whole Hassan thing. And the reason is very simple. Destiny is not a good streamer. He's not a successful streamer. All of his clout simply comes from the inertia. The fact that he's been here for so long. The fact that he was the first political Twitch streamer in general. He's not a good streamer. He doesn't produce good content. He doesn't know how to make content. He's been here... I mean, Hassan has been here for like 1/10 of the time that Destiny has been here. And Hassan literally just blew him out of the water. Just passed him by like nothing. And the reason for that is that Hassan is literally better at covering politics than Destiny is. Objectively. I mean, that can be measured objectively. And it really bothers Destiny. It really bothers him. It really fucking bothers him. And by the way, this is a 32-year-old man. Just keep that in mind. This is a 32-year-old man. And, you know, it's just one of those things where this is a person who is, you know, I'm playing Elden Ring a lot, and that's a game where you buff some stats at the expense of others. He buffed Destiny has created his entire epigenetic physical self, right, around playing League of Legends. His whole body and mind and face and everything is optimized to play League of Legends in the best way. He knows that's not a fulfilling way to live life, but he copes and pretends like this is genuinely what he likes to do because he has no choice. I mean, he's way past puberty, right? So he's not going to change anytime soon, but he's 32. He made the decision to stat max. What do you call that when you max your stats? He made his decision to buff playing League of Legends at the expense of everything. He's stuck with it now. That's the only fulfillment he's ever going to get in his fucking life because he will never develop the skill to be good at anything else. Even his ability to debate is an extension of the react times and all that kind of shit. He optimized his entire body for playing League of Legends. And that is the only thing he exists on this earth for. And without League of Legends, what is left of Destiny? Nothing. He wasted his entire life, his entire physical self, even the way he's grown, right, physically. And the way Destiny's grown physically is actually quite interesting because I didn't want to have to talk about this, but I am going to talk about this now. Now, imagine we're going to go to Microsoft Paint so I can visualize this for you. Now, imagine you have a child, right? Imagine you've just got a child and they look like this and right here, right? And they have their childlike proportions right here, childlike proportions. And there they are. So, whatever happened in his life, I don't know, right? But the way Destiny, in the way he's actually made decisions in his life, has decided to grow, is basically this, right? All that happened was that his torso got slightly bigger, but the proportions remained exactly the same except for his torso. Everything else is literally the same, right? So this is what Destiny actually looks like. Now you can say, Haas, you're around the same height as Destiny. And that's true. I am around the same height as Destiny. Except I have the proportions of a fully grown adult. I don't just have a long torso, right? I have pretty well-rounded proportions, the ones of an adult. This is literally what Destiny is. He literally has the same proportions he had when he was 11 years old or 12 years old, but his torso just got slightly taller. He's just as narrow as he was as a child. He has the same amount of proportions and limbs that he used to. And again, there's nothing wrong with it. This is just an impartial observation in case anyone wants to misconstrue this. But if you were taller, you would have said it, self-report. I think I am slightly taller, but by centimeters. We're talking about centimeters, okay? I'm actually being charitable and generous to him. But I don't even think his fans can deny this, right? And Destiny's actually gotten used to being bullied by his own community because he can't do anything about it, right? He just kind of lowers his head in shame and says, oh, okay. He can't do anything because they don't even respect him. Destiny's community doesn't even respect him. They just kind of stalk him to be attached to his personal life in some kind of way. And it's that simple, right? They just kind of stalk him. And that's it. So this is what we have going on with that. And I'm sorry to tell you guys this, but in case people thought it was weakness or I had nothing to say, I mean, like, it's pretty sad, I think. I think it's pretty sad. Like, this is pretty sad to me, you know? See, the difference between me and Destiny, let's go back to this funny picture. I think the difference between me and Destiny is that I don't actually have to Photoshop anything, right? I mean, this is a funny Photoshopped picture where I don't have legs, right? But In order to make fun of Destiny, I don't have to Photoshop him. I can just post a picture of what he looks like, and it's going to look like this. I don't have to Photoshop anything. It literally just looks like this, right? Now, maybe he's exceptionally good at League of Legends. But I actually don't think that's true. He's not as good as Tyler 1. So he's not the best. And this is what's sad. Destiny's nowhere close to being the best at the thing he's dedicated his entire life to doing, which is playing League of Legends. I mean, what can I say? What can I say? I mean, I guess I should just... What can I say? He has a negative win rate. So the only thing that he dedicated his life to doing, he's actually not particularly good at anyway. So what is he good at? He's not good at debating. Oh, he was a StarCraft pro. I forgot that game even existed. And all the people who dedicate their lives to video games, let me ask you a question. He dedicated his life to StarCraft. I'm sorry, it was StarCraft, not League of Legends. So what came of that StarCraft thing? Did anything come of it? What was the point? Nothing? Does anyone remember StarCraft or care about it? It was all pointless. Now, I don't really care if that's the type of life you decide to go down, but what's dangerous about Destiny is that he's in such a nihilistic ditch in his life where he realized the whole thing he dedicated his life to turned out to be meaningless and pointless. He's trying to say that's for everything. Everything must be meaningless then, right? Everything's Reddit. Everything's meaningless. Nothing matters. I think it's just you, Destiny. It's just you. It's actually just you. It's actually just you. And I don't have to Photoshop this, right? I don't have to Photoshop this. I just don't. I don't have to Photoshop anything, right? The difference between me and people like Destiny is that I don't have to use any Photoshop. He actually looks like this. And that's just the truth, by the way. That's just true. Like, that's just the truth. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, what else should I say? It's just the truth. Is there any evidence that this is propaganda? That this propaganda is meant for anyone other than Western Redditors? No, it's not. There's a video console spilling America's whole NATO plans against Russia. The first 4 minutes is gold. 1 minute in its intro. Let's just finish this. Fuck's sake.
of the US and their enlightened democratic allies who sent their troops to fight wars thousands of miles away from their own borders. So for the US, a small vial and a claim that it's a national security threat was enough to justify the Iraq invasion. The US and Iraq, the US and Libya or Syria, they're so far away, and yet the US feels it has the right to do these things. No international bodies condemned these instances of groundless military aggression as a violation of international law. But look at the hysteria that started now as if on cue when it came to security threats to Russia that exist right at our borders. We were ready for anything. I had no doubts that the EU and NATO would obediently follow the USA, especially when the future of Nord Stream 2 became clear. It is obvious that this project played a key part, and it will go down in history as something that showed us the place of Europe, Germany in the international arena. Europe is completely dependent.
Anti-fascists are joining a resistance coalition. Let me see. Fighting as a coalition of different groups against the Russian invasion. These are literally fascists fighting alongside the Azov battalion, who are anarchists. It's pretty fucking crazy.
When in previous years the West imposed sanctions on Arab or Latin American countries, they kept saying, at least at the Security Council level, that these sanctions would not target regular people, that their goal was to hurt the government, so it would change its behavior under pressure from the international community. This time, nobody is saying anything of this sort. Contacts between people have been banned by the Western countries, despite their previous rhetoric when they said that there should be no obstacles to building relationships between civil societies. Turns out they don't care about the principles they dictate.
Give me a moment. Give me a small moment.
In the international arena. By the way, they also demonstrated this when they began to freeze the assets of the central bank and private businesses. This is robbery. They abandoned all the rules that they had been implementing in international life in the last 70 years. And now they just crossed out these rules and went back to the golden rush era gangster capitalism. We saw how angry and aggressive the West was promoting its ideas of stopping Russia's influence. But we have friends and allies, we have numerous partners in the international arena that, unlike Europe and some other countries, didn't lose their independence and ability to put their national interests first. They are also under colossal pressure. I know that the Americans are now running all over the world through their ambassadors, forcing countries in Africa, Latin America and Asia to do something against Russia. This should be beneath a great power like the USA. There is no dignity in such behavior. But we are used to it. You know, we've seen this before, when partners used shady tactics and methods. We will manage. I am 100% sure. President Putin has said many times, both in January and early February, that Russia will not tolerate a model of European security that relies on NATO as the dominant force. Especially when it's right on our doorstep. We've repeatedly said that we want to find an alternative solution. A solution that would reliably address security concerns of Ukraine, the nations of Europe, and, naturally, Russia. And that's the direction we should take. President Zelensky said that he was interested in security guarantees for Ukraine. I see this as a positive development. Our negotiators are ready to discuss these guarantees at the second round of talks with Ukraine. What we propose is an arrangement that will ensure the legitimate rights of all peoples living in Ukraine. Naturally, that includes all ethnic minorities without exception. This ensures they will have equal rights. This new arrangement should of course be reflected in the legislation of Ukraine, which now has a law on the three.
Getter banned you? Holy fuck. So much for free speech. Holy shit. So much for fucking free speech. Jesus. Thanks for giving me the heads up about that platform.
Indigenous peoples, as if the Russians never existed in Ukraine. Things like these create a legislative framework for further anti-Russian policies. And it isn't only anti-Russian. This also concerns other ethnic and national minorities like Hungarians, Romanians, Poles, and Bulgarians. Somebody wanted to bog Russia down with this artificial conflict designed by the West. American political experts say it would allow the U.S. to fully focus on countering China. This cynical and totally neocolonial approach is very characteristic of our Western partners. This may be true, after all, but we were adamant in our attempts to avoid more bloodshed in Ukraine and prevent the country from becoming a foothold for future attacks against the Russian Federation regardless of the plans of the West. Our decisions were based on the situation on the ground. And the situation was concerning, mainly because the West was doing everything in its power to escalate the situation, making it more dangerous to Russia.
This is actually disgusting. This is actually disgusting. I don't even know if I could show this. Someone sent me this in my DMs. This is a 32-year-old man. It's a 32-year-old man, by the way. Just letting you know.
Biden was the one who said that the only alternative to a new sanctions package is a third world war. That's a strange way of thinking. He is a very experienced politician, regardless of what the US is now doing on the international stage. Last June in Geneva, he and President Putin once again
also a father. It's also pretty weird, honestly.
Affirmed what the US and the Soviet Union leaders stated back in the 1980s. In a nuclear war, everybody loses, so it must never happen. In January 2022, all 5 leaders of the permanent member states of the UN Security Council signed a collective statement expressing the same idea. So, if you ask a person if there was an alternative to sanctions, and his only alternative is war, he must realize that World War III could only be fought with nuclear weapons. But our Western partners couldn't let go of their old habits if they believe this could happen in spite of all 5 permanent UN Security Council members have declared they are against it.
Bro, is 9/11 truthism memes allowed on Twitch or no? Because there's a meme. Can I share this meme? Is it allowed? It's not allowed? Fuck, it's not allowed. Okay. It's not allowed? Okay, it's just a meme. I don't believe it, but like... It's just... It's a meme calling George Bush the ghost of Texas. That's it. It's fucked up. Sorry. It's too much. Anyway. Getting back to what we were doing. Skip first 1 minute of intro. Alright. Alright, guys. There's literally no one online. Guys, I'm sorry today's stream's so short. I just have a debate tomorrow. And I want to make sure I get sleep for it and stuff, you know. Sorry the stream's so short. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully for a much longer stream, right? Hopefully we do like a 10-hour tomorrow, right? The debate's at 9 tomorrow, just like before. It's at 9. Is anyone out? No, okay. Alright, guys. I'm gonna go to the gym. Bye, guys.